What's up, people? I know there's probably like only one or two people here. Press one if you can hear me because I got a message saying that the mic was not connected. So I don't know if I have audio. This might be a StreamYard issue. Can anybody hear me? Is there anybody out there? Oh, sweet, ZC. Thank you. Appreciate that. So this is something that I just keep seeing, like people bringing up, and it's not like ill intentioned. It's just because of all the misinformation and disinformation that has been provided on this case. Like, we were told that you were going to get a redacted version of the PCA, and they put out a version of this PCA. And I'll post something in my Twitter or post it on the community YouTube page to kind of outline this a little bit better. But the last page that they put out, it's you got page one of eight, 2 of 8, 3 of 8, 7 of 8, and then you've kind of got a weird last page, and it was always odd because it wasn't signed. And I think a lot of people were like, well, it's a redacted version of the PCA and it just doesn't happen to be signed. But after a number of people looked at this, and it took a long time to figure it out, that last page of page 8 of 8 of the PCA that doesn't say that it's page 8 of the PCA. It's not a page of a PCA at all. You can go look at any PCA, any Indiana PCAs. They all end the same sort of way. They're gonna have the date on there. They're gonna say, you know, this is the person that's swearing to this, and I do swear that all of this is accurate, and they're gonna sign it. That's not that page. They put in a fake page 8 of the PCA. Whether they did that intentionally or not, they for sure did that, which is kind of shisty to do that. Like, it's kind of weird, but and a lot of people just go with it because you're like, well, they said there's 8 pages and there's 8 pages here. Well, yeah, that's document manipulation 101 of like, oh, if you don't want to show the last page of something, you just put in a fake page there, and then people will be confused and they won't like question it. And people didn't question it. And you've got people, like, even people that are very pro defense, quote unquote pro defense people, uh they're still not understanding that, like, we don't have the PCA on this case. Like, not even just a reasonably redacted PCA, which is all they agreed to. But then you also have to wonder, like, okay, it's been 2 years, right? It's been almost 2 years since this PCA. Is there any reason that any part of this still needs to be redacted at this point at all? All it takes is one person with enough knowledge to file a motion to the court to unseal a document. You file a motion to unseal. Anybody can do that. Supposedly, we've got a lot of lawyers in this community. They don't seem to be very helpful in doing these sorts of things. Just file, like, I mean, I'm gonna have to look it up because I don't know what I'm doing to file a motion to unseal because I'm not a lawyer. Hashtag not a lawyer. But, like, even somebody not a lawyer can do it. But you do have to file it with the court. A motion to unseal has to be filed with the court. There's probably no reason that this needs to be redacted at this time, and you certainly don't need an entire page redacted. Just completely zonked out. Like, what's the point of that? Why are you hiding an entire page of this thing? But it does have that page 8 of the PCA, although it's it's most likely not a lot of additional information. It could be some additional information. Often there's a conclusion at the end of the PCA. And you'll see if you read the PCA, you get to page 7, and it just kind of like ends. Like there's no ending to this thing. It just ends, and then like you just got this random page 8, and it looks weird. And it is weird, like because it's not part of the PCA. It's just a completely like different thing. It's an order. It's a legitimate order that's like subsequent to the PCA, but it's not part of the PCA. And so without that page, you have no date. You have no name of who is testifying to these things. Who is the affiant? Who is the person that is making these statements? Which is important because who is saying these things? Who is that? You can't just have anonymous person saying, "Oh, look at this crime that was committed." No, that's not how anything works. You can't just be an anonymous person that says, "Oh, look at this crime that happened." It can't be an anonymous person. It has to be like an actual like person in the government. And it's probably the sheriff. It's probably the sheriff. That's probably who it is. But like, we need to be able to see that. We need to know what date it happened. They need to sign it, and they need to swear that it's the truth. Why would they hide those parts of it? Are they hiding the other part of it? And if they need to hide something, like that's kind of like the social contract that we already agreed to. Like, oh, they released a redacted version. If they needed to hide something, they're allowed to hide those parts. But you can't hide those parts. You can't hide who is making the statement, what date it is. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know if my live is going to go on much longer. That's about like the entirety of the point that I was making. Um, we could talk about some other stuff. I don't know. What's the chat got to say? Yeah. It doesn't even matter what state it is. As far as looking at a different PCA, you can tell that that page 8 that they put in there is not a page of a PCA, and it's not. Oh, thanks, DB. I'm just talking about a document for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, just because. Say, I see people talking about this, and they're like, "No, I've got page 8." I'm like, it's not page 8. It's just, I mean, when the lying is like that deep and the misinformation is that deep, like that like, and it's accepted by lots and lots of people, and they're not even like knowing that they're accepting it. It's like, Why are they doing that? Why are they trying to make people think that like this fake page is part of the PCA when it's clearly not part of, it's not even in the format of a PCA. It's just a random different order that they're just gonna like axe an entire page out of the PCA and just replace it with a different page that has nothing to do with being part of a PCA. And then people that are not familiar with the law and legal documents and are just going to look at it and be like, okay, it looks like okay. And it never got questioned. Yeah, does someone want to, should I drop a link? I don't even know how to drop a link. Do I know how to drop a link? I bet if I drop a link in the YouTube comments, that there will all of a sudden be a crazy troll person that comes on here. It's almost guaranteed. Although this is sort of a under the this is sort of a shadow ban channel where people don't really know that how does DB have access to my about things to continue accepting it, and sometimes I get dragged down into fighting about that stuff when someone's just lying about something because it seems like a ridiculous thing to lie about, and like the truth isn't that complicated. Woman doing a shadow man. Well, the people lying. Well, so I mean, this is a personal thing. I'm not. I mean, I do highly suspect that, like, like the Fire and Ice chaps lie about lots of things, and most likely, I mean, honestly, they do. But the thing that kind of pushed me over the edge is that they said stuff about me that were blatantly lies because I knew it was about me, and I know like whether I think something or I don't think something, and saying I think something that I don't think, like obviously I would know that's a lie, and that kind of just crosses the line of like there's no point in doing that. Wow, we have a woman doing impossible things.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? This is a rare YouTube like appearance by you.
Yeah, I never
You're
film
just like
on
the
these things.
you say you've never gone on.
No, I
You've got a little bit of an echo. You might have to turn it
hold
down in
on
the
one
background.
second.
I like woman doing's avatar here. Nice try, FBI.
I'm trying to fix my YouTube, so hold on one second.
Okay, you're fine. There's no pressure here. This is a very casual YouTube channel, to say the least. Thank you, DB. You know what? Somebody actually, that was actually fan art that was made and sent to me. That somebody took my profile picture and just sent me that modified version, and I decided that I liked it because it's kind of got that electricity feel, you know. And I am rebranding to an Electric Weircat channel. We might not get into it tonight, but there's a lot of information that needs to get out there about electric weircats. They're a cryptid in the vein of like Bigfoot or a Loch Ness monster or Mothman or chupacabras.
I think I fixed it.
Okay. No, I still hear a little bit of an echo.
Oh, hold on one second. You still hear it?
Oh, let me see. It'll only be when I'm talking.
Okay, so I gotta do like turn my mic off and shit.
Yeah, you just gotta turn your volume off on your YouTube or whatever, and just go with the StreamYard audio, and you'll be able to hear what I'm saying, and I'll be able to hear what you're saying. Public records on cryptids. I mean, that's there actually are quite a lot, DB, and there's a lot there. You wouldn't believe the number of FOIAs that are related to very silly things like UFOs and cryptids. It's a substantial portion. Substantial portion. People FOIA request stuff about aliens and UFOs a lot, and it's actually where I got a lot. I got a lot of advice about the FOIA request that I've done has from somebody that FOIA requests stuff on.
So the other is that what you're talking about when you shared that document
Which document? The
on sleuth shit?
Oh no, that was a FOIA request, and it was a FOIA request for Richard Allen's military records, which is a very like straightforward thing to get thing to get. Like all military records are public, so it's just a matter of like if you want, there's some reason to ask for them, you're allowed to ask for them. And for some reason, Sleuth and Dan were pretending that like he was only in the military for like a month or something stupid. You know, like Richard Allen was definitely in the military for 10 years, and they both know that. For some reason, they were lying about it and pretending that he was only in the military for a month. I don't know what the purpose of doing that would be. It's very silly. It's a very weird thing to do. It doesn't like it's not like it's not part of like the case. Like, you know, it's just basic information. It's just like the groundwork for like knowing things about him. Um, but yeah,
Well,
yeah.
the
If you're on Twitter, it's my pinned tweet. I've had it up there for a long time. Where I FOIA requested Richard Allen's military records, and just to, I mean, some of the purpose was just to get basic information on him, and some of the purpose was to just see if he might be associated with other people that are also in the National Guard, where there's multiple third party suspects that are also known to be in the National Guard.
my biggest problem was it is like so the first three digits you can tell just by where the person was born of his social security number. Like I get it's public for everybody, but like there's not many digits there after those three that keep you from having your identity stolen. And if they want those requests or records or whatever, they can get them their fucking selves. And for them to sit there and carry on in the way that they do, knowing he was in good standing. And one of them is like we all know he's actively a douchebag and troller of all communities. So that's why I was like, dude, don't show the last four. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, it was certainly. I didn't get where they're coming from. But I know for like, if they want to say that they know things without like really knowing them, I'll I'm gonna go as far as say, you know what, I know without really knowing it. I know that they know that they were purposefully lying about it. Why? I could not give you one like inkling of like what the purpose of doing it was. It's it's just to be silly, or it's just to I don't know, like like up has to be down and down has to be up, and that's they're obsessed with just saying the exact opposite of whatever the truth is. Like
Yeah, absolutely.
you got sleuths saying that the jury's already been selected. Like obviously that's not true. That's a weird thing to say. Like we've got the order on paper of like they're doing the jury selection 10-14 to 10-16. Like why are you going to try to make people believe that there's already a jury? That's an insane thing to do.
Yeah, that was really stupid. Like they're just waiting on standby for an entire month or maybe a year for whenever Judge Gold decides she wants to take this shit to
Yeah, and
trial.
I do think I do think there's some parts that people just are like don't understand, even if they talk about the case a lot. They just don't know. They're uninformed. Like they should be informed if they're talking about the case, but they're not. But there's other parts where they're blatantly just misstating things, which is, you know, you've got a broad mix of these people that are very ill informed about things, and or they're just, you know, lack of a better word, they're just lying about things. They're just saying the wrong thing, knowing that it's wrong. And I'd put that second category as much worse because you can be well intentioned and just be wrong about things.
I was called for jury trial and excuse me. And like almost to the part where we were gonna like go in and do voir dire, and uh then they made a plea deal just like that. Like we did the whole videos and all that, and then we were going home one day.
Oh yeah, what kind of case was it?
Didn't even get that far. They didn't even
Oh
tell us
really?
what it was. I wouldn't have been picked. There's no way in hell anyone's picking me on a jury ever.
Well, we did the transcript reading of picking jurors for uh the Dean murder case, and like there was definitely a number of like, oh my, they would never pick this person for a juror, but they absolutely did. I think that the standard depends on it probably depends on location a lot as far as whether you pick people just because this is who you have to pick from, so like you can't be that picky. Like, or whether you have like a lot of people that you could potentially go through, like obviously in this case I'm gonna guess that they bring in a fair number of people to like weed out through. I mean, that's not completely uncommon, but like in a very, and that's a big difference between Allen County and Carroll County. If they had done this in Carroll County, you would have had a huge problem picking a jury because you're gonna have run into issues with like 90% of the people, and you're also not going to be able to send out that many, so that broad of uh, a net to.
Well, and the defense didn't even like object to anything. It was just Nick running the show for that, which I found interesting.
Oh, on the transcript reading, yeah. I mean, Manahan was talking like a fair amount, but yeah, like he didn't seem to be. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say that Nick was making any good points either. He was saying a lot of nonsense Manahan was kind of saying a lot of nonsense. They. I mean, I think that you're gonna have like, and again, like location, location, location. Like
Nick's gonna struggle in Allen
Andy
County.
Baldwin and Brad Rosie aren't like hick lawyers, for lack of a better word. Like they're not like little small town lawyers. Like they're parts of like significant practices that do like significant cases and have significant trial experience, and that's going to be a big difference. And honestly, honestly, I don't know, even if you like just that amount of experience, if you weigh that, like you're trying to think of justice weighing the tables here as far as
I think maybe
oh, sorry, I'm still
No,
getting.
go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, I think when you weigh experience, the even if you like start to stack the deck in the prosecution's favor, uh, like you have to stack it a lot to make up for that experience differential. Like Andy Baldwin's like an experienced trial lawyer that's done lots of murder cases and lots of high profile cases, lots of felony cases, and they've been very successful, like much more successful than other like comparable defense teams. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I do think that Nick needs a lot of help in this case. He's getting a lot of help, but like, is that ever going to be enough to make up for that? That's like, I question that. I question it a lot.
He's got the biggest help ever with Judge Gull.
He does, but that's the point I'm making is like, is that enough when like you're comparing it, like the other side is like people that actually know what they're doing.
That's a fact, but he effectively got all the evidence buried, and he's got Judge Gull like leading him around on a leash.
Well,
Like,
no,
do this, do that.
that's the problem with this entire case is that the evidence being buried doesn't help the state and it doesn't help the prosecution. Like like if it's evidence, it's evidence. Like you're gonna need to show some evidence to like convict somebody. Like theoretically, like if you're gonna try to convict somebody off of no evidence, you've got an uphill battle. I think people are really like misconstruing like the fix is in, the fix is in, like there's it's so easy that the prosecution is gonna get like their conviction, like, oh, put this in Marion County, sure, like put it in a city, sure, like yeah, that they've got they've got lots of experience on their side of handling this and what to do with this, and like they're also, if they don't have evidence, they're probably not bringing a case. Like, does this prosecutor even know whether or not to bring a case? Like it's probably a serious misjudgment to not have a special prosecutor on this case. But the problem with that, like the very, very evident problem with having a special prosecutor, which would have been ideal, is that a special prosecutor may have looked at this and been like, no way. There's just not nearly enough here to go off of. But they didn't want to do.
Yeah, for sure. Miss Mandy said, show your work, bitches. That's that fifth grade shit. He doesn't want to show his work. Is the bullet what's the, so I never even figured out, do we think the bullet's getting in or no?
The cartridge ballistics testimony is admissible.
but it's not
That's
by
like
the state.
that's basically the last we heard about it until just now with the motion in limine for Tobin. Like we haven't heard anything else about it since then until now. And all of a sudden they're like, so now it does, because they did file that motion in limine. It seems like they do want to speak about it, but I would question whether they only want to speak about it if this motion in limine goes their way. Otherwise, I don't know that they don't want to speak about the bullet. This seems to be like somebody that was going to say that the entire methodology with this was completely bunk.
That's
That
what you
that and
think.
that's coming from the state. The state says that they said like this is what this guy was going to say. There's so many shortcomings with this, and this guy was going to say that the entire process was not good. Well, okay, so if you don't win this motion in limine, do you even want to talk about it? Because that seems to be bad for you.
Right. Did you watch Props with Trooper Joe?
I only caught part of it. I didn't. I did not. I did not catch the majority of that. No.
Retired State Trooper Joe said that when he went to the crime scene shortly after, that there was a makeshift shooting range about 3/4 of a mile away from the crime scene.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I wouldn't. I mean, there's nothing suspicious about that. You know that would be a totally normal thing. Like, I think we expect that Ron Logan was a prolific gun owner, and he had some property, and like, I mean, I live out here in rural Indiana, and like, I wouldn't be surprised if I start hearing gunshots across the street, like any moment now, because people go out in the middle of the night and just start shooting. Like it's what people. It's not an out of the ordinary sort of thing. And it's also like, if there was if you go as far as saying, hey, if there were gunshots during the middle of the day that day, like would that be anything that even like registered with most people? Probably not. Like it's probably a normal thing to hear. I don't think anybody would have thought twice about it. But yeah, and I don't have any question whether they're. I mean, it's completely plausible that there's a makeshift gun ranges all around there.
I hear gunshots all the time outside my house, but I got a duck.
You got a duck
Yeah, they're not those kind of gunshots. They're not range
in a
gunshots.
more urban area.
Yeah, a little bit. My neighbor's house got hit with a bullet, so
Yeah, that's not good. Oh, and what I was saying about earlier, as far as the PCA, I see somebody dropped a link to it, uh, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is page 1 of 8, page 2 of 8. You scroll to the end, and then you've just got the entirely different font, and it's got a date, and it's got entry approved by. You got an e-signature by Nicholas McClelland. You got Benjamin Diener's name on it. The thing about a PCA is like, I mean, this is how it's kind of been a bamboozle sort of situation. Like, uh, the judge probably doesn't sign the PCA. It's gonna say like, I had it brought up on my Twitter. This is the ending of a PCA is gonna say something like this. Let me see if I can pull it up. I can't pull it up digitally because I don't. The only thing I can do is like make my avatar a document. But it's gonna say, you know, it's gonna be like kind of wrap up your narrative, and it's gonna say, you know, I affirm under penalty of perjury is specified in Indiana code, and then cite the murder code that the foregoing representations are true, dated this, you know, October 27th, maybe, you know, who knows what date it's going to be on there. We have to see the date and signature of person giving statement, Tony Liggett, with his signature right above it. Well, that's not this page 8. This is a completely different thing. This is a minute order that has to do with really just finding whether a probable cause does exist and whether what the bond is set for, and like this blank one that this link goes to, there's another version of it that is filled out and it says that the bond is $20 million.
Yeah, missing a signature from the judge is kind of a problem for me.
Well, no, it's see that's the thing for the PCA. It's probably not even the signature of the judge. That like because I also got hung up on that for a while. It's like this page is missing the signature of the judge. Well, this page is signed by the judge elsewhere. The problem isn't that it isn't signed. The problem is that it isn't even part of the PCA. It's just that's not page 8 of the PCA. It's most likely to be signed by, we'll probably say Tony Liggett. That's probably who is the affiant or the affiant on the PCA. But we don't know that. We don't know what date it is. We definitely don't have a signature. And we don't have anybody saying, I swear that all of this is true.
They redacted his name.
Well, no, they haven't redacted his name. They've redacted the entire page. The page is gone.
No, I know, but if you go in and it says the investigating whoever is redacted.
Mandy Bay's right. Mismatched page 8 is a prank, and I think that's probably the closest thing that's actually true, is that it's mostly it's done as a, you know, I mean, it's not a funny haha prank, but it's a prank. It's an intentional deception. You
They
can
do what they want.
and you can redact a whole page. We just don't know. That's this is why this is silly, because we don't know whether they've redacted it, whether they've just made an error and just scanned in a wrong page. Like, we haven't gotten that far to figure it out, and no one's ever been very helpful as far as figuring this stuff out.
Well, they like Xeroxed it in crooked as fuck. And like you said, the fonts are off and they just do what they want. That's what they do.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Is the in this case they've decided that rather than follow any procedures, any rules for anything and everything, it doesn't matter what it is. If it's related to this case, they feel like they can just do whatever they want, which is that's not how anything works. You're not just allowed to do whatever you want whenever you feel like. You should be able to do whatever you want. There's still a proper process to follow, and they have been very reticent of ever following any of the processes.
That's what it means they have a special judge.
Well, the special judge doesn't supposed to mean that she's like special. It's supposed to just be like, we've picked a judge outside of your county to handle this for you. Like, she's not just supposed to do silly things because she's quote unquote special.
She is quite special, Fiend. She's very special.
Right. Well, I don't know. We never got any information about her medical condition that the media knew all about, but then they also hid that from the public as well.
Does she yell every time she gets there, like telling everyone to shut up and this is how it's going to happen? I'm going to bust your phones.
No, I don't. I don't think. I mean, I've only been to one hearing that she was at, and the bailiff yelled a couple of times, like at very like not appropriate times. Like there wasn't any noise in the courtroom, and he'd just be like, "Everybody needs to be quiet." I'd be like, okay, that was weird.
Didn't Liggett do it too?
I heard that about one of the things where people were out in the hallway. Like that was at the hearing that wasn't even a hearing. You know, there was going to be the 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 closed portion of the hearing, and then they were going to open it up to a public hearing, and then it only lasted like 15 minutes, and then yeah, the sheriff came out and yelled at people that were talking in the hallway, and then they just said we're not even doing the rest of it, which is very very strange. And the only information that we ever got about that, nothing ever hit the docket about that. Lots of people were like, "Oh, well, we'll see it when it hits the docket." Well, that's not true. It never hit the docket. You know, people, they're still waiting. They're wherever they're at. Both sides, pro prosecution people, pro defense people. They thought, "Oh yeah, it'll be on the docket. We'll know what that hearing was about." Wrong, wrong, completely wrong. No idea. And the only words that we got about it, and God, he probably got in trouble for doing this, was that a reporter asked Brad Rosie what happened, and he said nothing.
I don't know. True Crime was saying that she felt the energy was different. Like it felt like Nick went in with all them people feeling really confident and stuff. And when he came out, he was very not confident and like upset.
Well, I mean, to some, like, just, I mean, the state has been getting a lot of things going their way this entire process. And, I think Rick Allen showing up not in like the surf teams like custody. He's not like he doesn't have the IDOC SWAT team around him. Like he's just got like regular cops. He doesn't have all the chains and stuff on him. Like he's smiling when he showed up. Like he's happy to be out of prison and back into a jail. Yeah, I can see why they're not happy about that. They've had that go their way this entire time. Like, like all of a sudden, this guy like looks like he's not as guilty as every other time they've paraded him out. Like that seems like not a win for you. And then whatever you thought was going to happen didn't happen. Like because nothing happened. Literally, like what is going to happen in 20 or 30 minutes? Like you can't get anything done in that amount of time. So whatever they had planned didn't happen. So yeah,
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That maybe the appearance, Rick's appearance, and not being a space cadet because he's off that Hell's um, would be and willing to participate in his defense. Would be a reason to get pulled into chambers or whatever, or conference room, whatever.
yeah. I mean, I think that they had something lined up for that day, and it didn't. It didn't pan out. And I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of people that were speculating that it could be something with a plea deal or something. You know what? You know what? I bet that the defense would be open to doing some sort of plea deal, but uh, that's that's a complete negotiation type of thing. Like Like if they want to plead to something, like they can be totally willing to plea, hey, our client would like a plea that does not involve any jail time. Like he's not going to just go, hey, I'm going to plead to something with life without parole. Like those are the two extremes that you got. Like are you in the middle, or like there's one side or both sides like just hammered in on their side? Then there's not a lot to negotiate through here. Like if he wants zero jail time and you want him in prison for life, what are you, what like, and neither of you are going to budge. Like what is there to discuss here? There's not. So that would be nothing happens.
Here's my plea. I plea that you drop the charges and let me go now.
Well, I wouldn't discount that it isn't a possibility that Richard Allen knows some types of information. And I would expect that he would be willing to provide that information. Like it's almost impossible that he wouldn't be. Like, but what I do find, like, I have a hard time believing that he's that involved and has that significant of information, because like no one's protecting anybody with this type of information. Like it wouldn't happen. Like if he's got something to say, he's going to be willing to say it. Which does bring up the question about, like, I mean, we don't know what like these statements or quote unquote confessions are about. Like if he's just saying that he knows other people did it, are they counting that as him being guilty? Like maybe he just knows something. Maybe he's just trying to say what he knows about it. I don't know.
I've always wanted to ask you that because you said that you think he had something to do with it, but people are going to be really mad about it. And I've never heard you say what it was.
No, I mean, I mean, to clarify that, it's a complicated thing. So the bottom line is that no, I actually, like, my end result of like d- inferring everything is that he probably doesn't have anything to do with anything.
So you were
The,
just
the, the
toying with my
begin
emotions the whole freaking time?
the beginning portion of that is that I think that it is very likely that Richard Allen and Brad Holder do know each other, or know of each other, or like in the same social circles. But like that doesn't get you very far. Like that would be the purview of a law enforcement officer to like be like, oh, did this person lie to me about that? Did he say he doesn't know Richard Allen, or does he say he didn't know Brad Holder? And now I know that he was lying about that, and now I can like follow up with some further questioning about it. But even if they do know each other, like they could be best friends, and like one person can do it or the other person can do it. They could both do it, or they could both not do it. Like it doesn't. It's a small piece. It's definitely not me say. I would say that that's more convincing to me than anything the state has provided, but that's only because the state has provided nothing. And there's lots of circumstantial evidence that points towards Brad Holder. Like that's just the reality of it. It's not that I think that he did it. I'm just saying like the circumstantial evidence, it's there. I'm not going to say that it's not there because it certainly is there.
No shot, Fiend. You sat there and toyed with my emotions. Maybe it was my fault for reading into too much what you were saying. But the fact that you said, I think that there's a connection and people aren't going to be mad about it. And I'm mad because there's no connection. I really thought you had a connection.
I mean, I, I,
Uh uh, uh
I
uh.
can't really like show the work as far as like why I think that there's a connection between Brad Holder and Richard Allen. I bet even if there is, like, I'm not saying that any of that's a connection to the crime. It's only a connection to each other.
I I thought you had like some serious link, like they were in the military together or something. And
No, it's not that. It's not that simple. Yeah, no, that would be an easy sort of thing. And if it was something as simple as that, I would definitely just put it out there and just be like, yeah, there it is. Boom. Yeah, there isn't it. That's the problem. There isn't much about Richard Allen. I mean, I would be pretty confident that like it's almost impossible that they don't know of each other, or like there's, or like you talk to their friends and they like, 2 degrees of separation or something, like they run in the same circles.
I mean, he's the only CVS man in Delphi. Well,
Well,
not only.
and that's, see, this is the sort of thing, and this comes from the pro prosecution people of the small town argument. Logansport is not Delphi. Delphi is a small town. Logansport is not a small town. Brad Holder is not from Delphi. Brad Holder is from Logansport. He's from a
But
large town.
but hold on, because he was allegedly, I don't know for sure. Allegedly, Brad Holder was staying with Ron Logan.
I have never seen anything that substantiates that. And I have to be able to look at something. So like the like what I'm saying is stuff that I've been able to look at and come to that conclusion. I've never been able to see anything that substantiates any connection between Brad Holder and Ron Logan. I'd be happy to look at it, but like I've never seen it, and I've never seen anybody attempt to show anything that actually documents that. I've heard it. I've heard lots of rumors, but like somebody just saying something doesn't go very far with me. Like I just have no idea. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. Like I've heard lots of things about people going out to Ron Logan's property, and like other than like firsthand accounts of people that I know have gone to Ron Logan's property, I don't know about any of the other ones. I don't know who else went to Ron Logan's property.
Yeah, that's true. No one showed me any mail or anything.
Or photograph. Hey, here's a photograph of us at Ron Logan's property. Here's me talking about. Like, here's a screenshot of somebody talking about it being at Ron Logan's property. Like one of the people involved, not just somebody saying that it happened. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's totally plausible. I mean, I've heard the same thing. I don't think that like I don't have a strong degree of doubt against it, but I don't have any evidence that proves that that's actually something that did or did not happen.
Okay, what about that video of them like kicking it in the graveyard that everyone says is the Mears graveyard?
I don't know if I've seen that. I don't know. You might have to hook me up with that part.
I can't find it, but I've seen it. It's an Odin
That's
party
the
in a
sort of thing where
graveyard.
that's the same sort of thing with like Rob Ives saying that like
No, this video was legit, but like I can't find it now. It's like scrubbed or something. I bet you True Grit Crime has it. You
Peggy.
should drop a link. I think DB went to bed.
I should drop a link.
Yeah, for True Grit Crime. If
Uh,
that's okay. I
oh
don't
yeah.
want to tell you how to run your show.
No, that you're like a mod or something, aren't you? I don't know.
No, I'm just a rando popping in. First time caller,
Yeah,
third time listener.
I don't know if my mic is still going here. I can drop a link as long as the weirdos get on here. There's the link.
Just don't
Uh,
let them in.
oh yeah. I mean, see, this is why you need to be a mod. Let me see if I. Oh, I can. I think I can add mods. Sweet. Who else needs to be a mod here? Probably none of these people. This is all riffraff. I'm kidding, guys. That's enough, Matt. I made you a mod. That's good. Anyway,
Ooh, I got the ranch.
oh, what's that? Yeah, you got a ranch. Peggy says, I'm starting to think Ron Logan saw something and was scared to say something. Perhaps the killer told him they'll plant something, perhaps the missing piece of clothing. This is speculative. Yeah, I mean, I agree that's speculative. I just I don't
But
know.
hold
But
up.
there are endless things to speculate on in this case because there's so little actual things to like grasp onto.
But hold
Um,
on. Hold on 1 second. So when they did the third party, um, was that the 3 days, the third party suspects thing?
yeah, that was included.
There,
Yes.
there was mention of, this is so weird. It said a used sweatshirt in Ron Logan's basement. In what confuses me about that is that Abby's sweatshirt was missing.
You know what confuses me is that I believe the search warrant and maybe the search warrant and the PCA say underwear and the sock were missing, but like that doesn't make sense because like people have seen crime scene photos. Like there's an entire outfit of clothing that's missing. Like it's not there. Like
Right,
that
but
that's not discussed. Like where is the hoodie? Where are the jeans or like sweatpants? Like where are the we've heard about some shoes being like strewn in different places, but like where's the rest of the clothing?
the shoes straight up multiplied. So here's what I was thinking.
I don't
I don't think
I
they
don't
ever,
I don't know. I don't know about the shoes thing. I think the shoes is too much in the weeds.
no, the shoes multiplied. Hold on. Because I've gone over this 100,000 times. But also, I don't know, maybe, hey, Gritty,
Hello, hello.
Welcome to Great Crime.
Thank you. How are y'all tonight?
Doing all right.
pretty good.
Good, good. Hold on. Okay. I had to close my YouTube window so that I don't have feedback because I started to hear myself repeat. All right.
I will never ever listen to this episode. I hate my voice. So,
You're fine. I never listened to any of these episodes actually.
you don't listen to, like, you don't ever replay, ones where you're on, like, R&M or anything.
No. Nope. Sure don't.
Okay, so here's what I want to talk about real quick, and then you can do whatever. But so I don't remember if they specify if Abby had underwear per se. So I'm guessing since they're mentioning missing underwear, Abby didn't have any on. She had her shoes on. There was a shoe under her. There was a shoe in the creek, and then there was a shoe on the private drive. That's how the shoes multiplied. And then the sock, the sweatpants, and Abby's sweatshirt. And I don't know if she had the pink shirt on underneath or not.
Yeah, I mean I think the entire clothing stuff is
I wasn't really sure if it was more of like, okay, I wasn't really sure if that was a question, like, or how are you, like, what are you trying to ask with that, my dear?
So before you came on, I was talking about how there was mention in the 3 day, like the third party suspect thing, was a used sweatshirt in Ron Logan's basement.
It wasn't the basement. It was a sweater that was found. in the laundry room area. Um, and they didn't specify like what the sweatshirt looked like or anything like that. They just said that there was a sweatshirt that was located during the search in the laundry room area in his home. So they didn't get into like deep specifics. The way that they had kind of talked about it, they didn't say it's one of the girls with sweatshirts. The way that I took it was like it was kind of like this is said to be like the sweater, in tandem with, the video of the man on the bridge, like a brown, darker sweater. I don't know. Um, that I mean, that's they really didn't get into like deep specifics about it. They talked about the sweater being found during the during the search progression in his home. So
Do you remember who that was in regards, like who said that?
um Baldwin was talking about it. I would have to go back through my notes or whatever. It was like because they when I'm sitting there like and they're going through all this stuff, like as they're just talking and having the general conversation, like I'm just literally writing down the sentences that I catch. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah,
can go back through there. I can go
I
back
have
through
my
there and try to
computer
find it.
I have my computer right in front of me. If you want me to look and see, because I have your notes up too. If you want me to look, do you remember
Not
which day that was?
um, it would have to be let's see.
I do recall this being talked about, but yeah,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we have the transcript of that particular portion because
I'm trying to
we have
remember because
miscellaneous transcripts. Like we still got a lot of
yeah,
holes in
yeah,
it.
because like it's always it's like all in parts. You know what I mean? Because some stuff is there, some stuff isn't. I can't remember which witness it was. That I know that it was Baldwin that was up there. Um, and I don't have access in front of my book at like right this second because like it's in the room with my husband and he's sleeping. So I don't want to go turning on lights because he's a bear if you wake him up. But but yeah, I know that they talked about the sweater being located in Ron Logan's home during the search, and that would have been I'm not sure whether it was the initial search or the secondary search because there were two searches completed on Ron Logan's property. The initial search when they went there was the search that they had already signed previously. Before like this happened, before the murder happened, like a couple days before that, Ron Logan was already in the process of being violated on his probation. So they were already in the process of doing the probationary warrant and the search for his house. And then after the girls' bodies were found, they went back again, that second time or whatever, and then did that search. So I'm not sure exactly which one they were saying that the sweater was found on, the first or the second search.
Okay, I'm gonna just kind of thumb through it if you guys want to chit chat about something else.
And by the way,
I mean,
like
I
not
think that
all
if
of
they
my notes are there. Um, All Eyes and I had talked earlier this morning, and there was still a bunch of the notes that like because I sent everything to DB, and then DB was trying to get everything to All Eyes, and I know he's a busy guy. He'd been doing a lot of stuff, but um, it was like in portions. So he's working on getting the rest of those notes sent over to All Eyes. So if it's not there in what you have, it's probably in that secondary batch.
DB's dying.
he may already be dead. R.I.P.
I only gave him 6 hours to live the other day, so
That's terrible. You know what? Can I just? I like DB. I think he's a cool cat. So
I'm
Like,
just teasing because he got an allergic reaction to a medicine, and I think, oh, I'm doing a HIPAA here. He had an
oh
allergic
snap.
reaction to an antibiotic, and I scared him by telling him about Steven Johnson syndrome. Don't Google it.
That's probably definitely what he has.
And I was like, you got 6 hours to live, bro.
You know what? I feel like being like my son right now. So when you tell me not to do it, I just want to do it.
I know, that's why I said don't Google it.
The
Yeah.
royal wheat says he's fine. So I'm sure DB is fine.
An antibiotic reaction is scary. When I was young, I had an allergy to sulfa-based antibiotics, and the reaction was really bad. They like had to hospitalize me. And I just remember the doctor telling me, he was like, I was 8, and he's like, if they ever try to give you sulfa, say no.
My dad's a doctor. The only thing I know about antibiotics is that you get prescribed antibiotics, you should take them all like as prescribed. Don't
Yes, and don't drink.
half-ass that. Don't half-ass that stuff. Don't take it the first day and be like, oh, I feel better, I'm gonna stop taking it. Don't do that.
And don't
That's
drink
like,
alcohol with them either, because it counteracts and just completely just stops the antibiotic from working as well.
well, that nobody's gonna listen to that instruction.
Yeah, not really,
And there's
but
some that if you drink on them, it is like a horrific reaction.
yeah, I mean, I'm not a drinker. I'm just saying, like, so I've been told these things.
I always thought before I went to nursing school that they only told you that so you like didn't lower your inhibitions and give someone else the clap. But
Jeez.
That's disturbing. I don't know.
Oh man, maybe that's why they told you that.
I don't know. Perhaps that's a thought, right? It's a very disturbing thought. Oh my goodness gracious.
No, I
Okay.
need to change my banner.
This is not a psyop. Okay. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know. So, my goodness, the days are like going so fast right now, getting ready to go to trial. And it seems like everything is just, everybody's on edge tonight. Like the last couple of days, it really seems like it. I just hope that it like starts to calm down soon for people. So,
I don't know how to do this.
well, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to fix my banner. There we go.
Should be on the right side. Are you using, yeah, StreamYard? Should be on the right side of the screen, shouldn't it?
I
It's
have
like,
no idea how StreamYard
like,
or YouTube work at all.
well,
Zero.
when I use it on my laptop, I usually see like there's like a little window that kind of like comes to the side on the StreamYard, and it says like your banners and your comments and stuff like that. So that's how I usually find it, because it's like right there.
Oh, I figured it out. It's working now.
Good, awesome sauce.
Yeah, we're not giving medical advice to anybody on this channel. Like hashtag not a doctor, hashtag not a lawyer. No legal
Correct.
advice. No legal
yeah, me
advice.
neither.
No legal advice.
Yep.
No medical advice. This is not.
Nope.
You
This
go to
is
a
just,
different channel for that advice. If you want advice on those things, not here. We're
yeah,
just chit chatting here.
yeah, we're just having a conversation, talking about what we have to think, and um, hopefully we can get into some pretty decent chatter. I know that that's been really difficult to do here recently.
What are you
So
trying to chatter about? What's
I
the
don't know.
what's the difficult part?
There's so much going on. I don't know. What do you guys think is going to happen? Like, coming up for like
I think
jury
I
selection
think
and stuff.
the best thing I heard today was Four Pits legal mind saying that you know he if he's puts himself in the defense attorney's shoes, he waits until they do the jury selection and then files a motion to continue. Which I really, that's the one thing that I've been expecting, but like not really like. I've been expecting a motion to continue, and I think Judge Gull has telegraphed multiple times of how this is the trial date. These are the trial dates. These are the trial dates. These are the
Mhm.
trial dates. She's telling them. She probably won't approve that.
Yeah, no, she's. I think
But if you've got to file it, you got to file it. So, but when do you file it? So I have no reservation thinking about it being at the last minute, but like it could be beyond the last minute. You can even get started with the with the jury selection, and then file a motion to continue. And
that.
that would be a that would be something. I mean, I don't think I think people are not going to be happy. Like, a motion to continue is not going to make people happy. Like last time there was a motion to continue, like there were YouTube creators that completely lost it. They their brains exploded. They were flipping all
Yeah.
over the place. Like pro prosecution people were like pro defense people, and pro defense people were pro prosecution people. They just lost it. They just couldn't comprehend it. They had to wait longer because they were expecting that like this would have a resolution soon.
But this is not something that's like an easy solution.
Well, no,
Like
it's not even a weird.
normally,
It's not actually a weird thing at all. Like
no, it's
if
not
there
like
was a
it's not
motion to
weird.
continue, if there's a motion to continue tomorrow and they move this out a year,
Right.
that would be completely normal for
Normal.
this
Right.
kind of like
Well, we're
this scenario. Like you've got
right.
this very high profile murder case. They just bumped it out tomorrow. If they bump it out a year, like nobody should bat an eye, except that you've got these people that are just super over invested in this, and they think it's gonna be like resolved a month from now. Like it might not be. Like that's the
Mhm.
reality. It might not be.
I think that what we've seen so far, like I've seen a lot of cases, but what we've seen so far, I've never quite seen anything ran like this before. I'm not used to seeing judges not really, you know, taking a look at motions and really like digging into it or like there's been so many things like denied without a hearing, denied without a hearing. And
Well,
I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like, how
I
is it?
do know what
There's
you
no
mean, but like
dissolve.
this applies to more than things just in like true crime and
Right.
like court cases and stuff. Like
But there's so much to
I
this
think
case.
people miss out. They're like, hey, like COVID did like a lot of brain damage to like a massive portion of the population. It's not like, oh, you're
Yeah.
a judge, so you're immune to having brain damage from COVID. No,
No,
you're not. Like, you might
no.
just be totally insane now, and like, like every other person might be totally insane now, and like we've just got a totally different world that we're dealing with, and
Yeah.
it's not great. It's not a great reality. Like
Mhm.
there should definitely be some like research about like, hey, should we like do some like damage control of like how fucked up is our infrastructure because of like
Right?
people that are just like gone off the rails crazy, like because the world is a different place than it was 5 years ago.
It's definitely not like it was like back in the day, you know. Like I miss the simpler days. Some days I appreciate like the advances, but then other days I'm like, gosh, why? You know what I mean? Like I just wish it was simpler some days. It was easier to take a breath back then. Everything wasn't so in your face. Now everything is so just out front and in your face and it just both.
Well, it's also the problem with this case is there's like, you know, like there's stuff in your face, but like it's not stuff that's relevant to anything. Like we don't have information about this case. Like we've got very little to go off of. That's always the reality. Like we have very little like we have almost as little information as we had 7 years ago. The only thing that you have is here's Richard Allen. And then what do you know about Richard Allen? Nothing. Not a thing. Well, that's weird. Well, like, shouldn't we know anything about this? No, we're just gonna let it all go. They're just like, and the media too. Like, no, it's not important to know anything about this guy. Like, okay, the world's gone insane. Like, that's like, there's no explanation for where
I'll
we
never.
where we've landed on this is just a completely absurd landing point. If like if the, like we would know we do know everything about Brian Koberger, like we know all of his intimate details. What do we know about Rich Allen? Nothing. But we're okay with that. That's weird. That's a weird place to land. It's a weird place for the media to land. Why are we okay not knowing anything about that? Why are we okay with like people being like, obviously Richard Allen was in the military, but people are out there lying and be like, no, he wasn't, because the media didn't report it. Well, why didn't the media report it? Because they're insane. I guess is the answer. What is going on?
They just got to make shit up to make something to talk about, I guess. I think we know all there really is to know about him. He doesn't seem very exciting.
No, I mean, I definitely disagree with you about that. I think because he was in the National Guard for a decade, he has interacted with like so many people during that period of time. Like your interactions in the military are far more voluminous than in just like a normal like job where you can just keep your head down or something. Like and especially where he worked his way up to be a sergeant, and he's that's essentially a managerial position. It's like he's always going to have like people that he's interacting with above him and adjacent to him and below him, and lots of people. For it to be completely quiet,
Yeah.
like
I'm sorry.
it's not that's just not the reality of it. There's tons of people that do know information about Richard Allen. Whether it's relevant, like that's completely besides the point. Like I think that if you haven't heard about it, probably not that relevant. That's what you would infer from that. Like, but also it's weird that you haven't heard about it. Like I mean, it requires
That's what
it
I was
requires it
thinking.
requires the media to go out and seek this information and talk to people, but they're very adamant that they will not do that.
Yeah. And that's what I was thinking to myself. It's like, if it is what it is, why haven't we heard more about it yet? You know what I mean? I thought in
And
my mind, I thought, well, not only would the bullet and the confessions thing for the prosecution be big, but those other rumors would be absolutely huge for somebody that's prosecuting. So if that's the case, why wouldn't they want to make note of that? You know what I mean? Or are they saving it? Is this something that they're looking to save and, you know, hit like as one of their like pieces, you know what I mean, during trial, like an argument or whatever piece of evidence?
I mean, I don't think they're doing any sort of character stuff. Like,
I don't believe so either, but you know, you see the alleged rumors out there, you know, and it's like you don't know.
I mean, I don't think I've heard. I mean, you might have to enlighten me. Like, well, what is an alleged rumor that actually
Okay, well,
like that points
I've
to
spoken to
his
people
involvement?
before that say that they are very adamant that he was involved in proclivities allegedly to do with like Dropbox, like interactions. People claim that he was like using like Roblox chats and
I mean,
um,
this is the sort of crazy
it's
stuff that,
right, the kind of crazy
the,
stuff that
the,
people say that's not,
so all these
it's not confirmed.
well,
We don't know.
it's not only not confirmed, like nobody shows a single thing to like
Right,
back this up at all.
right. And
Nothing,
so like
nothing.
that's what I'm saying is like people are like,
It's
you
just
know,
it's just
talking about
words. It's
this and
just
I'm like,
words.
it basically until you have like absolute 100% like clarification and like um validation. It's you know what I mean. You can't
Well,
say
I
that
don't
it is
think that you
so.
have to have like 100% validation of stuff, but like you can't just like make stuff up out of whole. I mean, you can,
Right,
but like, and there certainly are the people that are doing that. That are just like, I have nothing, but I'm just going to say this because I heard it from somebody else. And you know who you heard
correct.
it from? An insane
And there's
person. You
no
heard it from somebody that was just completely making it up.
right.
But that
And I
doesn't.
mean
None of that makes it an actual thing. Like like dude like the things that we talk about are like things that you could easily take a photograph of or a screenshot of or whatever. Like we're
correct,
done with those things, even that, like that's not great evidence, but it's more than zero.
correct.
And you
That's
don't
fair.
even have that. Like where's your stupid Roblox picture? Like show me the Roblox picture. Show me the Roblox picture. Come
Well,
on. Like
and
how dumb are we gonna be?
right. I mean, I've heard the rumor. You know what I mean? I've like heard it, seen it. Um, I don't really like talk about it, but like in the back of my mind, thinking about that being out there, I'm like, well, if that's something that is valid, why haven't we seen anything about it? So it just, I don't know.
I mean, beyond that, like sometimes you do see some screenshots of like random stuff, and people are like, "Well, this
Yes.
means this." And this, like we see 4chan, the 4chan screenshots
Yeah, but you can't
for
make
an example. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're somebody out there that thinks that like here's where your bar needs to be. If th-
uh-huh.
whether whether they're gonna take what you've seen and show it to a jury in a
Right.
trial and be like, this is our proof that this person is involved.
That it go
Like,
gets
if
it
they're not going to
nowhere.
do that, then that is
No.
not, that's worthless. Whatever you're looking at is completely worthless. Like,
Right.
and if you think that they're going to show the 4chan screenshots to a jury and be like, see, this is the guy. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Like
I don't think
like
there's joy.
go get some help. Like
Right.
you got some problems if you think that like they're gonna show the 4chan screenshot that you saw online to a jury to convince a jury that this guy's involved. They are not going to do that.
I would
You're,
hope not.
you're no, they're definitely not
I know, but
because
I'm saying like I would hope not. You know what I mean? But I
they're
do think
definitely
that like
not.
the March 18th hearings when we're talking about like this whole leak situation and they're getting stuff from and you know what I mean, other content creators and they're getting screenshots and they're putting them in at court. I mean, that was
Well,
put
I
by
mean,
the
that's what I'm getting at. Is like,
prosecution.
if you're seeing something and like, come on, like
Right. But
use your
mindset
brain
though.
and say, are they going to show this to a jury to prove anything? If the
Right.
answer is no, then what you're
Right.
looking at is stupid. Like,
Exactly. But with the way that this shit has been going, like this shenanigans, I wouldn't be surprised if you did see something like that. Just saying.
Oh
You
no,
know what I mean? Like,
no. I mean, I'm not
I
going that
feel
far.
like the
Like, I mean, I'm not a Nick McClelland fan, but I don't think he's that dumb. Like, there's no way that they're
both
showing
not.
this stupid stuff. It's not going to be convincing, and like
No,
on cross examination, like it's going to appear very stupid. And what is it even showing? Like you're taking a picture of like YouTube comments and being like, that's my friend. That's my friend. That guy was cleared.
but
Or or
what are
4chan
YouTube
comment
comments gonna
says,
do?
hey,
What is something that somebody
the
is
guy's
doing
name is
online gonna
Richard.
do?
Like, what is that supposed like? That's not going to be
That's
convincing
not
to.
gonna do anything. That has nothing that's irrelevant to what we're talking about, because we're talking about evidence. That's one thing that bothers me is they don't really talk about a lot of the evidence at the scene, right? You know what I mean? They talk about the
Right. That's
shoe,
the
they
entirety of
talk
the
about the
problem, dude.
clothing in the water, they talk about the clothing that was on, obviously, Abby. Um, and we know that they talk about the missing sock and the missing pair of underwear, because of the Ron Logan FBI search warrant or whatever. But you never really hear about anything else at the scene except the last 3-day hearings. You heard about 3 small puddles of blood, 1 large puddle of blood, and then on the tree, they said there were 6 splatter spots on the tree. And then I don't know, like, yellow crime scene, the yellow rope. Do you know about this yellow rope? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't hear about anything else at the crime scene. Like, nothing. Like, evidence. Like, where's the stuff that you guys picked up at the scene? Like, you know what I mean? They really don't talk about that anymore. They just talk about the
No, you're right. They don't
the,
talk
the
about it at all,
confession.
and
And like,
that's the primary question as far
my
as like
brain my brain
there
becomes broken because I'm like, because
we
then
know
you
that
have
there's
to,
evidence. We know
I'm
that there.
sorry, and then you have the rumors that are out there that people are like, hey, no, they lost evidence. There's contaminated evidence, things of that nature. Um, you know, I mean, it's not rumor, obviously, because we had confirmation on so many pieces of evidence that have been lost and things have happened. But I just always am like, why aren't they ever talking about things that came directly from the scene like that? Like, you
Well,
know what I mean?
I mean, I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
how familiar you are with like the Flora case.
I'm fairly familiar with the Florida case.
So, they had a storage unit full of evidence, and my understanding is that they didn't they missed paying on the rent for the storage unit, and all of the evidence was destroyed.
Well,
Like,
that's very interesting that you say that,
but
because
so
I
would
remember
it be a
watching.
stretch to say a similar thing wouldn't have happened? Like the same sort of similar thing may have happened.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I
because
totally get it.
where the question is, where is the evidence? Where is it?
Right. Well, listen, because Nick McLeland, I remember watching this, because they do, their meetings, their council meetings or whatever it is, when he's going up and he's asking for money for projects and whatever. And he was going up there and he was talking about the money for um the new offices in that historical building, right? And he's like, I didn't even do without a bathroom. Like, I don't know how anybody can have an office without a bathroom, but hey, more power to you. But he tells them, because one of the members asked him where the evidence for the Florida stuff was, and he said that the Indiana State Police were holding on to the evidence for them. But he had kind of insisted that he needed an evidence room just for like Abby and Libby's case alone. And I couldn't understand like why the justification for that Like if you're saying this is a single solitary actor, right? Like this person alone
No,
committed the crime.
so for a
But why would
ground
you keep
level,
an
like
evidence
it's something
room?
that they're definitely not saying. They never
Yeah,
said that.
that's what I'm saying. And then, when he's first going to court, he's like, telling the judge, we believe that there's other actors. And then it goes to the lone wolf thing. But then when he's talking about having this office built in this historic building, he's telling them that there's evidence with Indiana State Police. And there's a storage shed that the storage shed bill didn't get paid. And probably because they had people busy embezzling funding. Um, and it's just gone. Kind of like, when we're all sitting there at the SCOIN hearings trying to find out what's going to happen concerning, Baldwin and Rosie's reinstatement, they're destroying the Flora house. That's a piece of evidence. I don't even understand how in the world they were even able to destroy that. Because technically, they're not even supposed to destroy that piece of evidence until after somebody has been apprehended and convicted of the crime.
Oh, it's just an accident.
No, it was not an accident.
Right.
That was purposefully done. And it was done. It was the deflection. I'm
Well,
like, well,
that's the
okay,
whole
your
thing. That's the whole
deflection.
thing with all the deleted interviews and everything.
Yes,
Like,
absolutely.
is it an accident or is it completely
Is it
purposeful?
an accident or you're forgetting to press record when you go to get an interview? Was that an accident?
I mean,
Right?
no. I mean, I mean,
Or, you know,
I don't believe it was an accident.
it, no,
I don't
I
think they
don't
need.
believe it
I
was
don't
an
think the grand conspiracy, but I think it's pretty easy to get these interviews all deleted, and it could be an accident. It's just that an accident doesn't happen over and 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 over again. Like it just like you don't do the same accidents. Like you don't accidentally keep doing the same thing.
right.
Like
Yeah, I agree.
that's like come on.
The
Yeah, we got to use
deflection,
our brains here and be like,
right.
okay, you're purposefully doing these things. Why? Don't I like
Don't know.
don't completely know, but like
Not yet.
it's not great. That's not great.
Right. So I'm really hoping that there's some things that like are going to come out like, ooh, crazy. I just want to say
I
it all,
mean,
but I just feel like
they're
if
like
nobody's got
like
all of this,
this. So here's an intellect like an exercise to do. Like
okay,
if they come out with like, hey, here's our actual rock solid evidence against Richard Allen, and here it is.
right,
Like you're gonna get patted on the back for that. Like, oh, sorry, we made ourselves look terrible for 2 years,
no,
but now we look good. Like, what? No, that doesn't make any sense. Like
yeah, it
that's not
doesn't make
something
any sense.
that's not something that a human being with a brain is going to do. Like we're purposely hiding this information to make ourselves look good 2 years from now, while this whole time we looked awful. Like we look awful, we look terrible.
Right,
Like that. The reality is that they do
very
they
unprofessional.
do look very very bad. That's why you've got so much conflict
Correct.
about this. It was like because there isn't anything to look at and be like, oh yeah, that's obviously the guy. If they
Right.
showed any one thing that said like, hey, yeah, that's obviously the guy, like we wouldn't have this. Like
Correct.
I wouldn't be like interested in the case. I'd just be like, oh yeah, that's obviously the guy. The,
Right.
but they haven't shown anything like that. Like if you
No.
think that they're purposely making themselves look bad for years, like I don't know what you're thinking, but they're gonna do that. They're not gonna do that. They wouldn't
No.
they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't make themselves look bad for years and years for no reason when there's an easy thing in your pocket that you can just show and be like, look, we're not making ourselves look bad. Like
Right.
we're in the right here. Like
Right.
Here it is. Like that's it. That's it. That this is the proof. Like
Yeah, but you know
don't
what
come
struck me
don't come
though,
after us. And like the people don't want to. People don't want to like hate on the police and hate on the law enforcement and hate on
right?
the judge. Like they could just
Right.
show like the normal like standard of like
How things are
any
done.
person with a brain can look at something and just be like, oh yeah, like I get it. That's
Right.
definitely that's definitely the guy. You know,
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
and I'm not even interested anymore. Like, cool.
Right. Hmm. Well, I've lost my train of thought because I was going to say
Oh,
something. There
sorry.
was something else I was going to. No, you're good. There was something else I was going to say about it. It was really interesting. It'll jog my memory here in a minute. Oh, I hate it when I have that time. Sometimes your brain just goes back and forth like crazy. But
That's
mm,
that's the constant state of my brain.
yeah, but it's like the constant thought pattern. So this case, like, there's so many things like when you look at this case and you just think about like in a totality of all of the things that are being talked about. You know what I mean? I try to I try to use logic and obviously, you know, reason or whatever and seeking information for validation, like, you know what I mean, like 100% like confirmation or whatever. And I try to keep an open mind about a lot of things, you know? Um, I just
I mean, I try to keep open minded too, and like you know, I also
for me, like there's
I'm not
so many
like
different aspects I think about this case though. Like I don't just think about the girls being like taken into the woods and like unalive there in the woods, right? Because I also like go to my mind goes to like that Dropbox, dark web, like, you know, all of that stuff. And so it to me, like, I don't think it's just one guy like on the computer finding this person, then, you know, meeting the girls and do like there's there's so much going on here that it's just not one person doing this. It's apparent, it's very apparent that it's just not one singular individual that's involved here.
I mean, I
Yeah.
would strongly lean that way. I just like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm open to hey, you show me one person that did this. Like, there's just not a single bit of anything that is provided that does indicate that.
Yeah, and I am right now.
Like, there just isn't. Like,
Yeah. So like I guess like most of all, like I'm interested in that what the information and the evidence that comes out mostly. You know what I mean? Like I'm really just trying to sit back and wait for that. It's like if you think that this is the guy, like show me this is the guy, right? Like I want
well,
to
I
feel
mean,
like
even in their charging, like the state doesn't even seem to be actually saying that.
no, but what
It's
bothers me too is that
completely open ended as far as what the state is saying. I think that they're gonna have a huge problem with. Wait a second. Now I have to tell a jury what we think happened, and like,
well, yeah, you gotta tell a
oh,
jury what you think happened.
what is it? And you know, I don't think that like it's not a small portion of why there's like collusion to not televise this because it's not going to look good. It
And
does not appear good when you don't have an actual like explanation for anything.
And is the jury going to be able to hear about, you know, where people were cleared like almost immediately? Sometimes there was no investigation done until a later time into some of these tips. Is the jury going to get to hear about that?
I mean,
Or
I
is
think they'll
that
definitely
something
be
that
able to
the
hear
jury
about
won't
some of
be able
it.
to
Like
hear
we
about?
didn't see it that like I mean I think
No,
even as far as the state goes with like trying to get their way with things, you see that they're not. There's some things that they're not like, man, like, well, don't talk about this.
correct.
They didn't say don't talk about how the first week's worth of it, like, interviews were deleted. They didn't ask for that. They could easily include that in a motion to eliminate. Shouldn't you? Well, you should, except you're never gonna get that approved. Like, it's so outrageous that you would be able to say, "Don't bring that up." They're definitely gonna bring that up. There's no way that they're not gonna bring that up, and it's going to, like, people don't realize how impactful that's gonna be, because as soon as you tell the jury, by the way, this entire investigation, all the interviews that we
Mhm.
did the first week, completely deleted. You think that jury's
The
just gonna be
first
like,
70
"Oh yeah,
days.
that's totally normal."
They're going to be like the first 70 days gone.
Right. Well,
We
no,
didn't
it's
take
not the first.
anybody's,
It was the first week, but it was 70 days in total, I believe.
yeah,
So
70 days in total. And they're talking
yeah,
about the first
but
70.
the
Yeah,
first week, I think by itself is just like, well,
right.
like, and look, the the state's allowed to file motion to eliminate, like they have. Now they have multiple times,
Uh-huh.
and they were completely. Gull just gave it to them entirely on one, which included ridiculous things like geofencing, which still
Hmm.
not a single person has ever shown me any case where the state has motion eliminated out their own geofencing like warrants. Like, that's never happened.
Not to my knowledge,
I
but
mean, nobody's found it. Nobody's found one. Because I mean, the for people that don't know, like, geofencing warrants are a tool only available to the state. It's not something that's available to the defense. If Richard Allen said, "I was sitting at home this entire time, and my phone can prove that," get a geofencing warrant to, like, get me like, exonerate me. Well, I mean, the answer to that is tough shit. Like, that's not something that exists for you. Like, there's no way that you can get that. I'm
mm,
sorry. Like, I know, maybe your phone can show that, but you're not going to get the proof of it. Like, no way, no how. It's
well,
never
I
gonna
mean,
never gonna happen in a million years. You can't get
I
that.
know that they talked about that form of geofencing had been used in many cases prior, for, to help prosecutors convict individuals of crimes, and, or to be able to help narrow them down. I know that the Supreme Court, the Fifth Circuit Supreme Court, just said that that's constitutionally, like, out the window. So that was just very recently on that one. But I mean, that type, like, that's like Google ads running like an ad. Like, if you're going to be in the area of somewhere, it'll give you a suggestion to go somewhere. And that's the information that they look for. It doesn't even give them a user, right? It kind of just gives them a general idea of, like, the area, right? And, if they see people within a certain perimeter area, they were asking, they could go back and they could ask for further information. And of course, they didn't have to have a warrant because of the initial, you know, geofence, like Google geofence type deal. And that was it. But they're not using it. They still can use um, cellular tower pings, right? And then, like, the
Right.
GPS
I mean, I think it is
location,
I mean,
like,
the
there are
verbiage
some things they
does
can use.
matter. So when they say geofencing, that's not geofencing is not pings. Like, so
No, it's not
we're
pings.
yeah. So that has not been motion eliminated
No,
at all. Like, the pings
I'm
should
saying
still
they
be
may not
fair
be
game.
able. Not, I'm saying they may not be able to use that particular tool, like that part of geofencing, but they still can use, like, cell tower beams, like the
I
apps,
mean,
like the
the way that
Snapchat
I've read things
location,
is
like,
that pings are totally on the table.
Yes, and geolocations, like with the Snapchat geolocations, like
Yeah,
the
potentially.
GPS,
The
cellular.
fencing is much more specific than that,
Yeah,
and has a more specific definition. And
right.
while that may be motion eliminated out, like for an absurd reason, because it's never ever motion eliminated out by the state ever in any case ever. Only in this case. Everything else is still like on the table, like
Yeah,
and should be. Hey, True Grit Crime, can I ask you something?
sure.
Do you feel personally attacked when they keep mentioning these electronic eyeglasses and these decorum orders?
No,
No.
no.
I feel like they're kind of
They
directing
okay, so
that.
like listen, the fact of the matter is that they are a pair of sunglasses. I
I
did
know, but
not charge them.
that's not the
You
question.
have to
I mean,
have like
I
a
agree with
cellular
you.
device. I had nothing on my persons. Like I didn't like go in there like trying to violate what's going on, dude. Literally, they're a pair of sunglasses. It is sunny, like crazy sunny. I wear my sunglasses. Like I didn't even think twice about the camera being in them. Okay, okay,
Oh
fine.
yeah, no, I'm with you on all that. I'm
And
just saying,
and like I
do
said,
you think that they're like? I mean,
but what are you
when
really
they write
doing?
that in the order,
Are
like it feels like they're
listen,
poking at you.
listen, bro. If the best thing you can do is try to poke at me over a pair of sunglasses, you must be really having a bad day. I don't let that stuff sweat me. Listen, if you don't sweat, you when you don't sweat the small shit, the big shit will take care of itself. You know what I mean? Or don't sweat the big shit, the small shit will take care of itself. So at the end of the day, like
My dad always used to say that.
I
There used to
cannot,
be a book. There's what is it like?
I can't worry about
Don't
what
sweat
it
the small
is
stuff.
that the next person who doesn't know me or anything about me has to say or feel about me, right? Because sometimes, people get caught up in all of this other drama and everything else. And for me, I don't care about the drama. That's not what this is about for me. For
Right,
me, I
right,
want to see clear and concise justice served for the girls, for families, things like that. And if I let myself get caught up on the he said, she said, he did, they did, we did, you did, I did, I would never get anywhere. I would be pounding my head in the wall every single day going, oh my God, I hate YouTube. Or you'd be running around with people that are doing stupid things like sending the police to people's house. That's idiotic stuff. Okay. And it's
right.
childish. There's no point in doing all of that. Okay. I'd rather exert my energy for the greater good. And sometimes you have to remember that what other people think about you is none of your business because it's like what you feel about yourself that matters at the end of the day. If I can look at myself in the mirror and I can say, hey, listen, I've done my best to help today. I've done my best to put something greater into this world. And I'm okay with me. I love me. I'm happy with me. Then that's all I need. I don't have to worry about what anybody else has to say or do. You know what I mean? And that's it. You know, I just take it day by day.
Yeah,
So
well, that's
I know that
well
people had
said.
tried to
Well
get my goat. Like this wasn't the first time somebody tried to get my goat. Man. Okay, they like people did some really childish things. Like they literally reached out to a journalist, like a TV journalist, to talk to them about these sunglasses.
oh god,
Okay.
oh
And
god.
so, like, it just so happened that that journalist had interviewed me that morning as to, like, what are your thoughts about, like, what's happening, what's going on, whatever. And he happened to have gotten my number that morning. Well, then the sunglasses stuff happened. And um, Next thing I know, I'm getting a text from him asking me about these sunglasses. And I'm like, what? They're on Reddit talking about, well, somebody in the media needs to be told about these sunglasses. You really went through all of that for what? For what? Where did it get you and what did it do? Okay.
I mean,
Um,
that is the question. Like,
I don't understand. I don't
why?
understand
You're right.
why
Why?
somebody
Why?
would
Why?
want to be that childish and that petty. It just does not make any sense at all whatsoever. At the end of the day, everybody was for what they said they were for, and they were for justice for the girls. Then they would put all that bullshit aside and they would be about their business trying to get justice for these little girls. People know who was going to be. Who, you know what? I'm not. I'm just going to say it. There are people here that are in it for monetary gain. They have been in it for nothing but monetary gain or whatever. You know who is real about this, and you know who's fake about this. Period. Point blank.
Well, so
Okay.
hold on, because I think the when you talk about monetary gain, I don't think people are making very much money off the YouTube.
No,
So when you talk about monetary gain, where is that money coming from?
well, you'll have to ask them.
Exactly.
You'd have to ask them.
Right.
You'd have to ask them because I can't answer for what somebody else chooses to do. They know what they done. They know what they choose to do. And I'm sure I don't have to put that out there. But at the end of the day, one day their conscience might eat at them. They might get guilty until, but I'm sure that they probably won't. But I'm telling you, they don't lose a lick of sleep for what they do at all whatsoever. Okay. You people
Well,
like,
it's not always the best people that are doing this.
no, it's not. And if I let myself worry about what he said, she said, hey, you know what? I wouldn't even be able to function. So I just like try to do my own thing. I try to, be kind to other people and treat people the way that I want to be treated, you know. So I try to listen to everybody because I feel like it's important to listen to everybody. Everybody's got something to say. And when everybody has something to say as a collective, if you're busy being ugly to the next person, that next person that you're busy being ugly to can have something of importance, something that's a piece of the puzzle. So why would I treat somebody else like dirt? You know what I mean? There's been too much of that, or there's been too much of other people attacking other people. At the end of the day, it's not about you. It's not about what you think about that other person. Again, let's remember that this is about justice for two girls whose lives were brutally taken, and not even just those two girls. You have a multitude of lives that have been taken. They're gone. There's no answers. There's no nothing. But it's just been left right out in the wind. Where are the answers for that? So it you got to start with one before you can move to the next. You know what I mean? I get it. Like it's a process, and you just got to learn to be patient and just try to be as best that you can be to other people. That's just my opinion about it. I don't know.
I think
So
that's well said, and like, yeah, I appreciate that.
thank you. Because I'm not going to worry about what somebody has to worry about my sunglasses. If you're mad about my sunglasses, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're mad about my sunglasses. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I
No,
can't
I mean,
change it. I can't
it's
go
it's a
back.
pretty silly premise.
It
Like,
is. It's a pretty silly premise, but I even said it the day that that it happened. I listen. I'll take personal accountability for myself all day long, and if I got myself kicked out, then I got myself kicked out. It would be a lesson learned. But my life
well,
is
the
not
only,
going to
only thing
stop
they did was
turning.
they just added it to all these decorum orders.
Well, I
Said
guess
something
because
horrific, so
listen, when I took them down to the guard, right, like downstairs to get them over to them to put in that little box to hold on to, the guy like looked befuddled, like when I handed them to him, and he's like, "Why are you handing these to me?" And I was like, "Because they said that I can't have them because there's a camera on them." And he opened them up, and he's like, I didn't even know they make these. He's like, these are cool as shit. He's like, can I pick him up and look at him? And he, picked him up, looked at him and all that stuff. He was like, I didn't even know they make these. Like, and then somebody was like, I don't even know if the judge knows that they make these. And like, I don't know,
I
you
think
know.
the judge has a pair of them. I think she's got a camera in her glasses.
I mean, she does.
I
She
found a
does.
picture. I
I
found
don't
a
know.
picture, and it looked like she might have a camera in her glasses. And
Mm,
they're not even sunglasses. They bet they might be Ray-Bans.
what? And when did she get them though? Was that before by Ray Bans or was it after
Oh, that,
that I
yeah, it's a
started trend?
picture of her before that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, then if she was rocking them, then she knew what's up. But
Right, and she was the leading like she was a pioneer for cameras in the courtroom. Like maybe she
Mhm.
had the camera all along.
Well, I'm sure she's also intelligent enough to understand that like without anything to for them to like be charged or any device to work, then they're useless. They're just a pair of sunglasses. So I'm glad that she was, you know, that she understood that. I'm grateful that she did. I don't know. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah,
Yeah,
sunglasses.
I
I
don't think
guess
it's
I will
that big a
never.
deal.
Maybe
It's weird that people made a big deal out of it, but
it
it's also
is.
weird that like they made an effort to include it in the decorum orders and stuff.
Well, I understand because the officer that took my information, he was like, I have to tell the judge that you have a pair of sunglasses and that there's a camera on the sunglasses. And I'm like, okay, so even though they're not working order, he's like, yeah, she's got to know though, you know.
So you
And
never heard anything else about it after that,
no,
right?
I've not
Right.
even heard nothing, not a peep.
Like then,
No,
then they never told you
no, the
you're
only
banned
the I've not
forever or
heard
anything like
I've
that.
not heard anything from the courts. I got a reach out from Rafael Sanchez about it, and he's like,
Oh, really? Oh,
"Yeah."
you're big time.
Rafael
You're big
Sanchez
time
reached
now.
out to me
True
because
Grit Crime is big time now.
so he
Rough.
was like, because like I said, he had interviewed me like earlier that morning about like my thoughts and stuff. Because he asked me like, "Do you have a YouTube channel or a podcast or whatever?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Well, do you mind if I interview you to get your thoughts?"
Hey, you know what you should tell
Um,
Rafael Sanchez? Why does he also want to like? Why do all of these people want to hide that Richard Allen was in the military? I've got a question about that.
no, I don't know. Like
Because I've reached out to all of these people, and across the board, they're very adamant that they do not want to tell the public that information, which I find weird.
well, what I found weird was, he asked me about the sunglasses. He's like, somebody said that you took them into the courthouse and like the rumor was that supposedly I was taking active like photos and stuff of these people and that I had gotten arrested and like all kind of stupid shit. But clearly I didn't get arrested and he was at the hearings that day, so he obviously knew I didn't get arrested. And I'm not dumb because the people were like standing there talking to him about meeting up with him at Bacon Fest. Okay, people, I'm not dumb and I'm not deaf. So I heard y'all like standing there, oh yeah, we're gonna meet you at Bacon Fest, blah, 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 blah. And then so um, I sent a respectful response back, like letting him know, like, listen, they weren't charged, they didn't have anything that, like I explained to him how they work, you know. And I said, like, the people you check them, there's nothing like there. I was like, simply at the end of the day, they were just a pair of sunglasses. So um, he said that he would probably do nothing with it, but if he did do something with it, he would let me know. And I was like, okay, that's fair. And so I texted him and I was like, I have a question. Like, may I ask, like, may I inquire as to who told you about the sunglasses? And so his response was back to me that he could not, like, obviously, like, his source, like, he couldn't tell me the name of his source, respectfully, journalists have to keep that or whatever. But he said that it was a source from Carroll County. So,
Well, of course it was.
and I said, oh,
Well, of
okay,
course it was.
that's fair. And I was like, well, thank you for your time. And that's where it ended. I haven't had any other encounters with him, but I just found it really interesting. But like, why would you go out of your way to just go to him and be like, oh, these sunglasses? Like, I
Because
don't understand why.
because it's the state. It's it's the cops.
It's
That
it's
period.
so
That
retarded.
that's the answer. Like
Yeah,
they
it's
would rather make anything a bigger deal about anything other than the case, other than the evidence.
yeah,
Sunglasses important. 10 years of employment history for the defendant, not important. Like
yeah,
all the
yeah, and that's what struck
and the
me.
media goes along with it. That's what the state
And
tells us is important. And
right,
if the state tells us this is not important, it's not important.
right, and Mr. Simpson,
Regardless of any like ounce of logic. Like obviously sunglasses don't fucking mean anything. Like,
right,
do you not
but
care
even
about like
right, but even
what this
before
guy
this,
is about? The guy that's charged with this? Nope, don't care
but
about it at
what
all.
makes me, but here's another thing that makes me uncomfortable about this. Okay, is that morning the second, like, because it was, well, no, like, okay, this was the sunglasses thing was at the Carroll County hearings, but at the prior hearings, that 3-day hearing, right? The second day, when I was late on the second day, I was 5 minutes late. They wouldn't let me in the courtroom. And there was somebody out there talking to, and I don't know what the conversation was. But next thing I know, my name is screaming at the top of there's man Molly Russell's, and he's pointing me out to Holman. And I'm wondering, why are you pointing me out to Holman? What is like, that's just fucking weird.
Yeah, no,
Like
if
I'm
somebody's
all the
pointing me
way
out the Holman,
across.
I like
I'm all the way
I've got my
across in a
radar
waiting
up on
room in
that
a
too.
courthouse. I'm not bothering nobody. I'm not violating nobody. I'm not causing a ruckus or anything. I'm just trying to be able to gain information. And why are you asking about me? What is it? Why are you asking?
Right.
What's your deal? What's going
Right.
on?
Well, yeah, no, I mean it's utterly
And
bizarre.
I find that as a
It's
form of
utterly
fucking
bizarre that
harassment.
any of this is on their radar at all. Because
No, that's a form of harassment to me.
oh no, I agree with you.
Who are you?
Absolutely,
Why are you asking about me? Like, I know who he is, but why are you asking about me? Why am I sitting across in a courthouse waiting area, sitting there minding my own business, not even talking to nobody, writing in my little book? Why are you asking somebody else, let alone another content creator, about who I am?
I got you.
And that person don't even know me, don't know nothing about me really too much. I've been cordial. But why would you be asking somebody else about me? Why wouldn't you come over here and directly walk up to me and say, excuse me, ma'am, may I ask you a little bit about yourself or introduce yourself to me?
Well, if they do,
Come
tell
on
them
now.
fuck you. I don't talk to the cops,
Mm-mm.
and you
I don't
shouldn't.
have to talk to
I'm
you.
telling
I
every,
don't have
and
to
that is
talk to
a
them.
PSA. Don't talk to the cops. Don't do it.
Exactly.
Don't
I
do it.
don't have to, but you understand what I'm saying to you,
I
right?
do understand.
Like,
Yeah, yeah.
what
No,
what was the
hey,
purpose of that?
like, if people are gonna be cordial and nice, like sure, like you can chit chat with people. Like, what the fuck is going on here? This is weird. This is weird stuff. Why are they being weird?
Right.
Why is
And that's exactly what I'm saying. Why are they
why is
being,
their focus on let's be weird? How,
yeah, it's not
why?
normal. It's
It
not
isn't
normal.
normal.
It's
It's
so
not
creepy.
normal.
It's like a stalkerish type thing. Like, I'm sorry. I didn't come here and like knock the squeegee out your hand. Just go ahead and do your work. I'll let you get every single one of your little whatever. Just leave me alone. Because I'm not causing any problem. I just want to be able to come and listen and take notes and be able to come back inform people about what's going on, and then everybody has a healthy freaking discussion about this stuff as
Right.
adults,
No,
not screaming.
and I will vouch for that. I briefly met you at the Supreme Court hearing, and you had already
Yeah,
the Mitch Westerman hearing
yeah,
that
I hit the
morning. Like you
Westerman
were doing
hearing in the
double,
morning.
like you're
Yeah,
running all over the place, just trying
yeah,
to get information. Like,
yeah.
like that's commendable. Like there's like that's a good thing to go do.
Hmm.
Like you're more ambitious than me. I was just going to one thing.
Right. Well,
Like
I was
look,
getting it.
there's a dude there's an absence of people getting the actual information
Yes,
because when we went to that Supreme Court hearing, there were a ton of empty seats.
there was.
There could have been lots more media in there. There could have been lots more like interested like citizens. The reality is like we're lacking badly like in people just getting the basic information. What people
Yeah.
would rather do is sit at home and watch the YouTubes and just like listen to people lie to them about sunglasses or whatever the fuck they want to lie about that particular day, and it's absolutely insane. Like
I don't have
what
any
are we,
time for it. All
what
I
are you
know,
what not what are we doing, but what are you doing? What are you
what,
doing where you're just like ingesting this insanity of like the sunglasses?
I don't understand though.
I'm
Like,
sorry. I'm
why?
sorry I keep
Like,
laughing about the sunglasses. I just think it's so
is it something I said though? Is there something that I said in the past that has like offended you, or maybe that you're worried about? Is that perhaps
funny.
something like, I don't know. Like,
Me?
I don't. No, I'm just saying, like, why would somebody like that's? I feel like that is like when you do that, you make somebody a target. You go out of your way to make somebody a target. So what was it that was important for you to go out of your way to make somebody a target? That's all. That's it. You know, I don't understand that. I don't bother anybody. I'm very nice, very cordial. Listen, I even am the type of person that'll bring extra notebooks and pens to the hearings. And if you ain't got what you need, I'm more than willing to give you something that you need to write some notes down. I have no problems with that. Matter of fact, at the
Very nice.
Carroll County hearing, this lady forgot her notepad, her books. I gave her writing utensils and a notepad. Here you go, fresh. I don't have any problems with that because I feel like you know, people getting that information, it needs to be gotten, you know. And what bothers me though is that when it's shared, it needs to be like that. There's just not everything's being shared out there, you know. It's just not by everything. Don't get me wrong, there are those that are doing wonderful jobs, you know, putting stuff out there and everybody working together to gather information. I love that, you know, but it's a challenge, right? And it really honestly just takes a village sometimes. So,
Right on. Yeah, I agree with you. Like it's there are not many people like actually for any sort of truth and like just delivering the basic information. Like
yeah,
there's like I mean, I used to be a person that was like, oh, like all these people that say that the media is like completely biased and they're like compromised. Like I used to think that was like, oh, that's ridiculous. Like why would they do that? Oh,
right,
until you see it, like just slap
right.
in the face with it. Like
Yeah,
until you see it and slapped in the face with it, it's just completely. That's completely actually the. I mean, it's a hard pill to swallow, but it's
It's the
true.
reality.
Yeah, that's the reality.
Absolutely.
Me is not on your side. And like, dude, if it's only like a couple people, if it's only a couple people, then that's what it is. It's a couple people
Right?
that are like trying to like deliver like the actual facts, the actual truth,
Yeah.
and like, I mean, I get it. Like on a broader scale, it's hard for people. Like most people aren't gonna like end up with that information, but that's the reality. There's only a few people that are actually delivering it.
Right.
There's a lot of people lying. There's a lot of people that are completely compromised, including the state media, and it's not a great place to be.
It's not a great place to be. I just want to be able to like I said, when I go in there, I just write down what I hear. So pen to paper, exactly what I hear is what I'm writing down. You know, um, I try like sometimes I may make like a little snacky, like small note to myself, but I try to refrain from that as much as possible. You know, um, but for the most part, I want to be open and objective to everything. You know, and I don't necessarily stop to process it as I'm writing it down while I'm in there. Like it takes me like even coming home, like when I went to the 3 day hearings, right? Or the 2 days of the 3 day hearings, I was so like just drained from those first 2 days, like energetically, right? And then just like rereading my notes and going through like the notes and then listening to like the transcripts being read, it's still like, you know what I mean? Like there's still things that I'm like, oh, whoa, you know what I mean? Reprocessing and looking at my notes and just, I don't know. I hope that I'm helping the best way that I possibly can. Um, and yeah, that's really, I don't know what else to say about it. I'm trying to give it to you guys the exact way that it's being said as much as possible. Like I said, I try to write pretty quickly. I may miss, some things here or there, but contextually, I am aware of what's going on as well. You know, so
We appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, I like I probably was first aware of you from that Supreme Court hearing, and
yeah,
you've had a journey. Like it's and like yeah, you've done good. You've done really good. Like
thank you.
I
Yeah, it's
would
been
definitely appreciate you.
thank you. It has been a really long journey, and like I know it seems crazy, and like I said, when this when this case like even started, like I never in a million years thought where it would take me. You know what I mean? Like in life, like just everyday things happening and the things that you see and then the things you start to like, you know what I mean? And it's just I'm still surprised by a lot of it because it just I feel like all of it is just more lessons learned. You know what I mean? There were things that like my late husband before he passed away, there were things that my late husband was telling me before he passed away. And I thought, oh my God, like at first I thought, no, that's crazy. It can't be happening, right? And then like he would show me stuff and talk to me about things like what we're seeing in the media now today with like Diddy and like all of these different, you know what I mean? Like just weird, like satanic cult stuff. Like just, you understand what I'm saying? Like these were like, like, you have a conversation, like,
Yeah, I mean there's
you
definitely
know,
some, there's definitely some of this stuff. I mean,
okay, well, okay. So
right.
like, I don't know how to explain it. So like, okay, when somebody is sick because he had cancer. You know what I mean? And when they found that cancer, they said it was at stage 3. It was more closer to stage 4, you know? So, like, you start thinking about that. When somebody says to you that that's where you're at, and you are doing everything that you can to fight for your life, you know what I mean? You're taking the treatments, you're going, and every you just start to think about things and put life into perspective, right? But like with him, he was like one of the coolest, like, dude, he was one of the coolest cats I've ever met in my entire life. I'm not even fronting on that. Like, he was so knowledgeable about so many different things. Like, you know what it's like to be able to sit and have an actual conversation with somebody and feel like that your brain has just leveled up because the intelligence is just so it's refreshing. You know what I mean? You can vibe on that level and you can open up and you can have a discussion about so many different things. And it's not even just about having a discussion, but even being willing to learn about more things. You understand what I'm saying to you? That's important. Those are things that you just don't get back. And um, he had cancer, obviously, and he partaked in the ganja. Okay, and most people with cancer will. So you have those conversations. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, and it may seem strange, but like certain things that he was saying to me, because he was talking to me about like weird stuff, like Pizzagate, like kids, like ritualistic cult stuff, like he was like, it's just weird. And he's like, I just have this feeling like I'm supposed to tell you about this. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? So it was like, it seemed weird to me at the time. It really did. Okay. It really seemed weird to me at the time. But I don't know, like somehow, some way, those strange conversations that we would have, there was purpose. Like I'm seeing purpose for those conversations and that knowledge now. You Does that make any sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why? He's like, I've got a crazy person on the line. I know, I get it, but yeah. And then just the
No,
I think like
that's
it, there's just it's
we
eerie.
definitely appreciate you sharing.
It's eerie. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? There were things that he said to me that were like I didn't understand, and then as I look back on it now, you know what I mean? And it like brings in my mind, and I'm like, holy crap! Like really, holy guacamole! Like I don't know. Um, and then like I also look at other perspectives because of other experiences that I've had, and things that I've seen. And some of it does make me very nervous, you know? I'm not gonna lie to you. It makes me very nervous. Um, but there's just something about this. Like there's something about this case that it's like you have to see this through. Like there's something, you know what I mean? So
Oh
I
yeah,
just,
I mean, I think most people like in. I mean, there's something about this case that draws a lot of people, and
yeah.
or maybe not a lot of people, but it draws a number of people. But like when people get attached to it, they get attached to it.
Yeah.
And I think that any like it probably apply like anybody that's here that probably applies to it certainly applies to you. It certainly applies to me. It certainly applies to like just a lot of people that when you like there's something about this case that is especially if you're from Indiana like
Well, yeah. Well, not just for
like
me.
this is a this is as big as it's gonna get and like
Well, yeah, but I know what's great. Like for me, I was grieving. You know what I mean? Like I lost my husband. He passed away, and then like I use like following this case and finding information in this case. And you know what I mean? Like exploring this case, it helps me like during my grieving process in some strange way. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know how to explain to you, but it's just something that's kind of helped me like focus on something good. I don't know how to explain it. It gives me
I think that people look for justice. People look for. I mean, I think this is a human element of it, that we want to see the right thing done.
I want to see the right people.
We want to see justice done. Like
Yes.
it the disingenuousness of people that insinuate that other people don't want that. That's, I mean, I don't know what to call it other than evil. Like, I don't know what to call it other than that. Like, don't do that. Like, you're being a
Yeah.
bad person. You're being a bad person when you're like saying that people don't care about like justice being done, and they don't care about
Does somebody say
uh,
that they don't care?
like it's completely outrageous things to say about other people.
Uh-huh.
But
It is.
and it says more about those people than it says about the people that they're launching those accusations about, because
Mhm.
if you had any like grounding in reality, you know that's not true. And the thing is, they know that's not true. They know that other people do care about justice and the right thing being done. And to say that about other people is a very horrible thing to do. Yet there they are doing doing it, saying these terrible things about other people, and they shouldn't do that. And I think it definitely, like we don't have the we don't have the like we can't be in the future and look in things in retrospect, but like, man,
No, but
I
listen,
don't think you want to be the person doing that. That
but I think that
when you're making your bed and lying in it, and being a horrible person and lying and saying terrible things about people that clearly are not true.
I think that
I guess that's what you're doing to yourself. That
yeah,
and
but you also have to remember at the end of the day, like, okay, so the energy you put out into the world is what's gonna come back to you. Anything you do to somebody else will come back to you times three. You should always be mindful of how you treat somebody else because you never know what the next person is going through. Now, there are people who will, try to exploit your kindness for weakness and take advantage of you, but you have to be very smart and you have to be guarded in your energy. You can't just let everybody come play in your energy field. And that's when you have to be that person who is assertive and um, make sure that there's boundaries and that you choose who you want to deal with and who you don't want to deal with. And listen, if you don't respect my opinion, that's okay. I'm okay with that. I love you anyway. But there's no point in arguing about it. There's none of that. Like, there's no point in talking bad about somebody because you feel some type of way. Let it go. Let it go and let God deal with it. Focus on what is important here. Focus on what is important. Stop worrying about the deflection and worry about justice for these these children, justice for families. Like you understand, it just I don't know how else to put it. I can't. I can't. I just can't. Um, yeah.
I think you've put it pretty well. And
There's just no reason to be ugly to somebody. Like, think about what
Well,
it's going to be at the
I
end of
mean,
your life when you're staring at that
I have to
storyboard.
butt in and say like there are reasons for some there are some reasons for some of these people to be ugly to other people, and you know
Well, absolutely, because of course, there,
often it's the root of evil, and we
well,
see it on the
there's
bigger
been an
level.
array. There's been an array of foul things done amongst people back and forth to each other, at each other. Sometimes they're doing stuff to another person and they think it's that person that's doing it to them and it's somebody else doing it to them. And
There's
it
only
just, it's so
there's only a
sad.
few. There's only a very few people that are actually making money off of this,
Yeah,
and those very few people are definitely making money off of this. Then they are very in it because money makes people invested in things. And like you don't see it on the ground level. Like, why
right,
are these people are invested in it? Well, they're not, but they're influenced by the people with money,
right,
or the people
correct.
that are being or that are invested with. It's
Yep.
it's compelling. It's compelling when,
It's,
hey, I'm gonna make money off of this, then you're gonna make money off of this. That's like,
yeah,
dude, we're all aware of like
yeah, because they're all one another
the
screaming champagne wish and
multi-level
caviar
marketing.
dreams.
It's multi-level marketing bullshit.
Right,
Like, hey, I'm doing well off this.
right.
You'll
Because
do
there's,
well off of this if you do
yeah,
the same thing that I'm doing.
right.
So say the same bullshit that I'm saying, and like
Monkey see,
it's
monkey
it's
do.
gonna trickle down to you.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, it's not. They're
No,
like that's how the whole thing works. Is they're preying on people that don't understand that it's not gonna like. Oh yeah, you're definitely not gonna make money off it. You're not gonna come out ahead. Actually, you're
mm-mm.
gonna look terrible. But
It's terrible. It
does
is.
the person convincing you that care about what's gonna happen to you? No, they don't care about you. They don't care about you at all. They just want you to say the same thing that they're saying.
But
And
isn't
you
that
can pretty
dangerous?
easily identify the people that are actually making some money off of this thing, and it's very narrow scope because there's not that many.
Uh,
And somebody wants to twist my words and think that it's somebody that I'm not talking about, like it's the
mm.
yeah, they don't twist it because it's very clear exactly who the people are.
Well,
I found the sweatshirt thing. I
ooh,
came
Okay.
back
yes.
to say that.
All right,
Okay.
woman.
So actually, I didn't find it. All Eyes on Delphi found it, of course, but I knew she would find it if I asked her about it. So it
Okay.
was from Nicole's Depot, and it was Yellow Jackets notes saying that the wall calendar in Ron Logan's house marked with the days 213 and 214, and
Yes.
then used sweatshirt in laundry room. That's
Yeah.
pretty much it.
Yeah. Because I couldn't remember, like, I wasn't there to hear it. So it's not like I could say it, like, confirm for myself. But yeah, I remember reading it in the notes. Yeah, you're right. I thought, yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just like the reason why it bothers me so much is the fact that it was like brought up, but I never really considered that maybe they were thinking from the bridge guy, cuz I don't see a hoodie when I see bridge guy. I see that dumb hat Brad Holder wears.
Yeah. But I mean, you don't think about the sweater, like the hood being on the outside of that jacket, kind of like hanging down. You know what I mean? Like it, that didn't strike you or anything. Like it didn't catch your attention. Think about the shit that you could shove into a hoodie plus a jacket if you had to. You know what I
Well,
mean?
you know how I feel about the bridge guy video in general. Like
Yes, ma'am.
I struggle to even think that it's real at all. So
I get it. I understand how you feel. All I can say is that they confirmed that it's real. Like, all I can say is that that's what they say they have. Like, you know what I mean?
I
That's
mean,
it.
I mean, I
Told
think
me that.
we're.
That's it.
I mean, this is some of the thing that like they want people to argue about this stuff about like, oh, what does the video mean? Well, one, it's not a video. We have like very few frames that have like been extracted from a video and pieced together.
Right.
They're not meaningful in identifying anybody, because if they were, somebody would have been identified,
Right.
and they were not. Nobody was identified off of this video.
Right.
So what does it mean? It means nothing. That the end result is that it means nothing. But they want people to talk about it.
Well, yeah.
So it
Part
doesn't
of the
really matter.
inception.
It doesn't even matter whether like you can get as crazy as you want to be about it, and you might be right, you might be wrong. It doesn't matter. That's the point. It doesn't matter whether it's real or not real. It's useless. It's not like relevant to anything. It's completely useless information that the state provided to people to help, and then it obviously doesn't help. It never helped. It wasn't ever going to help. We could have gone another 10 years. You would never have identified a person off of this quote unquote video. It wasn't ever going to do anything.
see, I don't even think it was designed to help. I think it was designed to paint a storyline to get people to turn in every guy in Indiana.
Well, exactly. And that would not be useful to an investigation, right? That'd be
Agreed.
exactly the opposite of useful. It would just provide lots of useless tips that don't help one little bit. But the question is then, hey, like let's work it backwards. Why do you want to make your investigation non-fruitful? Like, why do you want to make it so that we can't identify who the person is?
I do
That's a
want to.
really good point because if you think that the guy is local and you're putting tips out there, you know that there's going to be tips coming from all over. So then that, yeah, I get you.
I question if the audio is at all real. Like, did they take pictures and then put audio to it? And like maybe the whole time she
Don't
had it in
know
her
because they
pocket?
didn't talk about the audio. Nobody's talked about the audio that is in the video. So I cannot say anything about that personally.
I mean, there has been some talking about audio, but it's, I mean, we start getting into the weeds with this stuff because, like,
You hear, okay, so there's audio that says guys down the hill. That's it. You haven't heard anything else further about
right?
the
No, yeah,
processing of the
exactly.
audio.
So that
None of that stuff. So
you were correct, but adjacent to that, we've heard like you can hear a gun, or you can hear like a gun like being racked. I'm like, well, that where is that? Where is that?
Right.
yeah,
And this is what they got in the
We
PCA.
don't have that. And like, what is that supposed to prove anyway? Like that's the whole that's the bottom line. What is that supposed to prove? None of these things actually like point towards like any particular person. None of the things point to any particular person. Not Richard Allen, not anybody else. They don't point towards saying someone's dressed in all black like a ninja, someone saying that someone's dressed in all light blue, like someone's saying that they're a foot taller than you, someone saying that someone's under 5'10". Like, what are these supposed to do? They don't do anything. These are not helpful. These are not helpful at all. They certainly don't point to Richard Allen. Do they point to anybody else? Also, probably not. They're purposely not helpful, like statements, like pieces of information that are public. None of the public information is helpful. Like they've created this whole like Delphi sleuther like community of people trying to figure out stuff. Well, there's nothing to go off of.
And then they get mad when you draw your own
There's
conclusions.
No,
nothing
you
to
have
go
to
off of. Like
you have to start from
you can try to
scratch
figure something
yourself.
out, but guess what? You can't, because you don't even
You have
have
to
like
start from
anything
scratch
to go off
yourself.
of.
You have to start from scratch yourself, and you have to look for things. And if you know what you're looking for, great. But if you have no idea what you're looking for, it's like trying to look for a needle in a haystack.
I mean, you're right. They're like, if you go off of, there's just not enough information to go off of.
Yeah,
That's the bottom
virtual
line. And when they give
meeting.
you Richard Allen, also not enough information to go off of. You know why? Because they completely scrubbed this guy before they made him public. So you're not going to find anything to go off of.
And they designed the entire PCA around that. So that's what they
Well,
got.
no, I mean the
go
PCA
by.
is not that different than the search warrant. So I mean, I don't know that that's completely true, but there's not much in the PCA. And again, this is called a callback. To go back to the beginning of the live, we've got 1/8 of the PCA that is completely gone. Nobody has it. Nobody has page 8 of the PCA. Nobody has the most important parts of the PCA. Who said it? What date? That they swear it's true. We don't have that. And we're supposed to go to trial in 2 weeks. We don't even have who said that's true on the PCA. Nobody. That's how we're supposed to roll in.
That don't seem right.
No, it don't seem right. Yeah, it's not right. It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. It's fucked up.
Nobody's been able to find the 8th page.
No, it's not public. It's not public. It hasn't been released.
Wow. How convenient.
Nobody even knows whether it's accidentally not released or whether it's purposely not released. You know who would normally get this information on a high profile case?
Huh.
Who do you think would normally get this information on a high profile case? Like, have some like scrutiny about these sorts of things. It would be the media. The media would get this information for the public. There is no media in this case. Like, the media in this case is just the state wearing a mask.
Nancy's trying.
Nobody's actually tried. You know what?
That
You know
was a
what?
troll.
No. It's a very simple motion to unseal filed by an attorney or anybody that's like even close to being able to write an attorney motion. What do we think is in the PCA that needs to be redacted at this point?
I remember, didn't Nick say something about there were names of juvenile witnesses that would need to be redacted?
Yeah, but they're
Um,
all in the warrant already. Like we have all
right.
these names in all the filings. So at this point, we're not
Well, what if it's
we're not
witnesses
time
that
traveling to like pretend that we're in that time where things may need to be redacted that time. We're talking about right now.
what
Right
if it's a
now, is there
witness?
anything in the PCA that would need to be redacted right now? Because
I don't believe so.
we
Not from
the
what I
only thing that
read.
we have is the redacted PCA. It does have redactions and it does have a missing whole page. Does it still need to be redacted right now? And where is an attorney helping us out with any of this? Any single attorney? Because it doesn't need to be an attorney on the case. Any attorney can just be like, yeah, that's a good point. Let's file a motion to unseal the PCA. Just write it up and ship it in. It has to be addressed. There's no way to get around it. Like Judge Gold will have to rule on it. It's not like a letter. It's not one of these letters from like the public. If an actual like it doesn't have to you don't even have to be an actual attorney. You just have to write it up the correct way. But as long as you file it correctly, a motion to unseal is a motion to unseal. There's not a I mean, from my perspective, there's not a great reason to continue to seal or redact elements of the PCA 2 years, 2 full years. What are we hiding in the PCA that shouldn't be public at this point?
That's a really good question. Unless there's like other witnesses that you're holding back on that you're not willing to make public at this time, maybe. What if
I
it's
mean,
not juvenile
we can
witnesses,
see
but
most
other
of the,
kind of
we can
witnesses?
see most of the redactions.
Huh?
So, and we can infer like those are probably the people that we already know about.
Okay. Well,
Are mentioned in other places. So,
then what was the point in redacting it?
well, at that point, there may have been a point in redacting it. I'm talking about right now. What right now? Why is the reason to keep it redacted? Why? What? This is 2 years later. We're in October 2024. That was October 2022. Why are we still trying to hide what's in the PCA? We still don't know what date the PCA was filed. We don't know who the affiant is on it. Why? It's completely insane.
That is crazy.
And if there was a media that cared about anything, they would have done something about it by now. But
The only thing I can think of is witness names that they may want to keep off, but other than that, everybody else.
which witness names? Voorhees. Like, what are we talking about here? Those names are already all over the other.
Yeah, that basically, I
Right.
guess,
Yeah. So there's no
Yeah, so then
reason
you have to
to
ask, why
hide
are
it.
they censoring it? If the names are already out there, what are you censoring? You're right.
Exactly.
Well,
Well,
I don't know.
hey, here when you've got the whole media and every single all these YouTubers, all these law tubers, all these like who's actually getting this information? They don't care. They don't care one little bit because it would be an easy motion to write up. It'd be an easy motion. It's probably an easy motion for anybody to write up. Like I don't know, like anybody out there in the world write it up. You can. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm tempted to, but like I've got to like I'm not an attorney. I don't know how to write that up, but like somebody needs to write it up and just ask for this stuff. 2 weeks from the trial, PCA never been provided to the public. That's where we're at. We're not very far from where we started.
Yeah. Somebody maybe help. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer either. Um, I don't know. I do know somebody that is an attorney though. Maybe I can give her a call tomorrow and see if she can help me with drawing something up then.
I mean, I get the reservation of putting your name on this this case.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really want to put my name on this case, like it hasn't ended up very well for a lot of people.
Yeah, I get it.
That's called a fear tactic.
Well, based on certain YouTubers' text messages where he says 1.0 was embarrassing, and here we have 2.0, which is also very embarrassing. I wonder what 1.0 look like.
Yeah, you're talking about the PCA?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to do some digging. Some way back digging.
And I don't know how to get like that one interview I watched was like I forgot who did it, but they went to Mexico where Richard grew up and spoke to a neighbor, last name Yoder.
Yep.
And he was like, "Oh yeah, he was a good kid. He was always respectful. He's still respectful. I just can't picture him doing this." And then there's that one lady who was like, he walked he watched people's dogs. It's just really creepy. And it's like, okay, lady, he didn't kill their dogs. He watched them. And
Mm-hmm.
then a coworker that said he like farted or something, and that's all that
You
people
know what
have
I
talked
thought was
about him.
interesting? I remember there was an old guy, I can't remember his name, and they asked him about Delphi, like, when you're around and you're talking about him. He had said that he was told like, don't talk about it. Do you remember that? I have to find the video.
It seems like that. There's like a lot of
But
people
he
that are just
specifically said like
very.
they just tell people don't talk about it. Oh man, there's just so much. Well, I gotta get off here. Like my brain is starting to go. It's bedtime. So thank you guys for having me.
Bye,
Yeah,
hon.
we appreciate you.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you later. Have a good night, guys.
You
Thank
too, hon.
Bye.
So what do you think?
I was just thinking about, jeez, and I lost it. I haven't had my ADHD meds today, so I'm like my brain's just kind of reeling.
What kind of meds?
Adderall.
Is there still a shortage, or has that resolved now?
I mean, not where I am. I'm in Wisconsin. I haven't heard of it, but
Oh, that's the accent. Now that makes a lot more sense. Wisconsin.
I sound more like I'm from Canada.
Oh, maybe a little bit. I don't know. I got a lot of family in Canada. They didn't have very Canadian accents, but Wisconsin's awesome. So is Canada. Canada's awesome. Well, I love the entire North American continent. It's all great.
I always thought I talked like a normal person until like I noticed I'd be like, oh,
Yeah, that is not. Yeah, I don't know. I always thought that Indiana didn't have an accent, and then like, I mean, it's got to be some sort of accent because
right. I
you
thought
go anywhere else and it's different accents. So it's got to be its own accent. It's got to be.
I thought I always talked like the people on TV, but I guess not.
No, right.
I'm really trying to rack my brain about what I'm talking about or what I was thinking about right before she left because I was sitting there like, oh yeah, when you get a break, bring this up.
Oh
And now
yeah,
I can't
it's
think
yeah,
about
it's
it.
hard. Yeah, I struggle with the same thing. Like, you gotta hold your comment for something, and then I just mute myself and just listen, like I'm on regular YouTube.
Oh, it's the crickets.
Dude, I'm just like, I've got so many crickets.
I love your crickets.
I know. Well, I mean, I love the crickets when they're not like near me. Like, and I don't. Well, and they're not. They're not like ever like swarming over me or anything weird. Like, just they're in the background.
So like the one huge hurdle, this is the part about the case, is like, because you start talking about one avenue, right? And then all of a sudden you're like, but wait, what about this? What about that? So the biggest hurdle they're gonna have to explain, because I'm looking at chat, and like the biggest hurdle they're gonna have to explain is how come nobody came across the bodies if everything was over at X, Y, and Z. They keep saying attack the timeline. So I guess like that's what
Yeah,
they're
I'm
gonna
not
have
really
to.
sure how that's gonna play out, like in a courtroom type of scenario. I mean, I'll tell you, like it's. I mean, people like anybody out there. If you haven't been, like, go. Like it's. Hey, I've visited Wisconsin. I'm in the Wisconsin Dells. Like I'm going to. Like I've traveled a lot of the Midwest and just gone places and looked at things. Go like make the trip. Go to Delphi. Like it's not that gonna be that big a deal.
No,
Drive a couple
no,
hours and just do it. And
no.
go look at what you're talking about. Don't be interested in this case and be completely clueless about what you're talking about. Like make some effort. It's not going to be that much effort. Like I get that it's a weekend or it's a day off work or something, but like go do it. Just please. Because what's been represented by the vast majority of like the media is not what you think it is. And when you see people talking about it on Reddit or you see people talking about it on YouTube, see people talking on Twitter, wherever you're seeing people talk about it, it's probably not what you think in your brain. Go look at it. It's completely different.
Gritty's in chat telling me to take a full weekend. Look, okay, for one, I look like a criminal. I don't look like the people that are out there. Two, I'm not going in that area by myself. So one of you who has been talking
If
about
anybody wants to go out there, like, hit me up. I'll do a tour. It's
I need an escort, a
right.
handler.
No, that's fine. Like, I would not recommend walking onto the bridge without like a buddy system. Like,
I'm not doing that anyways. That
well,
bridge
yeah,
is
a lot of people won't. It's fine if you do want to do it. Like, it's fine. You just, like, there needs to be a basic level of like safety as far as like, just in case you like fall through the bridge or something. Like, there should be somebody there to like call some paramedics or a rescue team.
I'm scared of heights.
Probably fine, but like, just in case.
Yeah, I'm scared of heights, so I'm definitely not going on the bridge. Although, okay, so I'll say I've watched HCC's footage of the area. I've watched that other guy's footage of the area. He's really good, but it kind of made me seasick or motion sickness, right? And then All Eyes on Delphi, I've watched her like do everybody, all the witnesses, like this is when they would have met up type thing. I've watched a lot of these things, and I don't think that there for a single second one person did it or Richard Allen 5'4" did it and they crossed the stream and they didn't scream and it all happened right there. I don't believe that for a second, not 1 second.
Well, I mean, I think it's important to. I mean, I keep saying this as often as I can. Like, the state has never said that anything about them crossing that stream or crossing the creek. They've never said that, and it's a highly misinterpreted thing. Like, Gray Hughes has said that. The state has never said that they crossed the creek.
Didn't Okay, so didn't Kelsey say that?
Well, Kelsey is not the state.
Right. Well, I
This
know,
is
but
not the
like,
state of Indiana. No, she's not. Also, why? Like, how would she know?
the reason why I say this is because she said they were dropped off by Mears. So Mears is the other side of the bridge where the alleged
Okay,
picture was
this is
taken.
the sort of thing where I'm telling you, you have to like go to the Mirrors parking lot and see where that is in the vicinity. Like, the Mirrors parking lot is just like right next to the front of the bridge. Like, you're not walking, but like a minute.
But it's across from the creek to get to where they were. I don't think
No, we don't know any of these things. We don't know any of these things. No, no, no.
we know where their bodies were found on
It's
Ron
all
Logan's
that's all on the
property.
same. That's all on the same side. That's all on the same side. The Mears lot, the beginning of the bridge, where the bodies are, the Delphi, the cemetery. Those are all
Oh,
on the
I'm
same.
getting people
Those are
confused.
all on the same side.
I'm getting people confused because everybody's the same. Who are the people that the house looks exactly over there, like they can exactly see over the bodies?
I think that's the Weber property. If you walk across the bridge, you will end up at the Weber like backyard. And
That's what I was
you
getting
will you will
confused.
be
I was
looking
thinking
right
that was the
to their
Mears
backyard.
property.
Yeah, but I mean, you can, like, there's probably like lots of people that can look at like directly on the crime scene area. Like I mean, that's a I mean, there's a lot of residential like properties around there.
My problem is like keeping everyone straight, especially with the names like Logan Maxwell, Ron Logan, Logan this, Logan that, and then there's several people with very similar names, and it's very for somebody who doesn't do well with names, it's confusing.
I mean, I get that. Yeah, that's. I mean, there's a lot of people that have been under the microscope, especially in the public. I don't know what the microscope has been as far as law enforcement. I have a feeling that law enforcement was not very motivated to solve this crime from day one, which would pose like a very serious question as to why. Why would you not want to solve this crime, regardless of who did it?
Because the homies were involved.
I mean, it definitely raises that question as to. I mean, I don't throw any shade to anybody that would want to speculate on that, because I think that's when you ask that question, why, where like we got brains, like we got to use our brains. The question is why. That's a potential answer.
That's what we got to find out is who are the homies.
I don't know. Maybe
Oh,
they don't want to tell us why Rich Allen's involved.
I remember what I was talking about.
Okay, you go then.
Okay, so do you remember did you ever hear about Shane's uncle, the sheriff's deputy?
I'm not sure. I would probably need a name.
Travis Evans?
Yeah, I mean that rings a bell.
So around that time, like January, February, March, he was being found out that he was molesting and then eventually raping his girlfriend's 8-year-old daughter for 9 years. And he got
Oh yeah,
152 years in prison.
that Travis. That's not good.
So he was not found out yet, but I think fired in January. Like they didn't press charges yet, but he was like on investigative leave or whatever they do for cops in January. So like that was always something that kind of stuck out in the back of my mind.
Well, I mean,
And Shane Evans looked like he was gonna shit a brick on that fucking stage when they first had that
I mean,
press
I know
conference.
what you're talking about, but I think that like it's hard to read too much into that as far as like people can be nervous. So like, I don't know. Like, I agree with you. Yes, that is what it appeared, but.
And who benefited
But
the most out of
Carroll
everybody?
County does not have a good history as far as their judges. In recent times, like Judge House is very much uh, disgraced and had to leave judge, and we've got Diener where we don't really know what his situation is, but he also tucked his tail and left. So
Deposed Diener.
I mean, I don't know that you. I don't know. I mean, I see people saying depose Diener, but like, I don't even know you can find Diener. He might be in the Bahamas, man. He might be gone.
Barbados. Rochelle says, uh, Shane's brother is a bad dude. I forgot his name. Do you remember his name?
I mean, it's also a little bit weird that they're bringing this guy in. Or I mean, I guess there's a system to elect these people or whatever, or select and elect these judges, but you would think there's a conflict of interest where like he's good friends with like family stuff.
He's friends with Cody. They were like BFFs. And then also, like, his rise to power is something like unheard of.
Yeah, he was the one of the youngest mayors in Indiana ever.
I think in the country, because I remember hearing about it when he got elected.
Yeah, well, I mean, weird things happen in small towns. I don't know. I don't know that I would put that much into it. It's interesting. I'm sure he would have been under a lot of pressure to. I mean, I would put more emphasis on like how much pressure are you under being the youngest mayor ever? Like who's influencing you? Like
Yeah.
are you not influenceable in that position where like you don't know what to do? Like you you've suddenly got this power position of power and but you don't know what to do. And, like wouldn't it be nice if somebody told you what to do? And people take advantage of that.
It does make me think, like, go back, because some of these people, like Fouts, I'm just watching chat, and like Fouts was really messed up, and it makes me think that it really is just going back
I
to
mean,
the BFFs.
Fouts is really messed up. There, I mean that's like definitively like documented all over the place. And it is weird that you have a kidnapping case that happened uh, like a month before this trial and or before this case where his nephew is involved and he represents his nephew as his attorney and he represents his nephew as the judge in like a drug case all at the same time. And his nephew gets out of his pretrial hearing where his uncle telling him that he's definitely going to be doing time. That's the plea. Sorry, bro, but you're definitely going to be doing time. And that's
Who?
the 13th. That's that morning. That's weird.
No fucking way.
Oh
Whose
yeah, yes
nephew?
fucking way. Yes fucking way. Like that morning.
Who's the nephew?
Judge Fouts is telling his nephew, "Well, I got you a plea deal, kid, but you're gonna be doing time. Nothing more we can do about that." And it's February 13th, and it's the morning. Like, shoo, go on your way. Shoo, go on your way, and well, fuck me if something fucking didn't happen right after that.
Mm, I'm flabbergasted. Don't you have to recuse yourself from that?
Oh yeah. Well, no, not from being his attorney. He should have recused himself from being his being the at like simultaneous to this. He's got a drug case that the Judge Fouts continued to be the judge on and dismissed the drug charges. And yes, you should recuse yourself in that case. I mean, you can be somebody's attorney, like regardless. Like you can represent yourself. Anybody can represent you. Dismissing his drug charges is yes, you should probably not be the judge in your own nephew's case and dismiss his charges. I don't think that that's that complicated. That's pretty fucking obvious. But a lot of things go without a lot of scrutiny in rural Indiana, especially it's like, hey, if you don't have the same name, who's even gonna like zero in on that? Also, like whatever. Maybe the judge does a lot of people a lot of favors. I mean, which judge are we talking about here?
Right.
Right, right.
Right.
Which judge are we talking about here? The judge that does a lot of people a lot of favors? Yes, that's the judge that we're talking about.
No, I just had like 7 things go through my head, and then Fouts' cousin dies in an arson. Well, he got shot, and then his house was set on fire.
Oh, really? I don't even know much. I don't even know that much about Fouts. Like I
Like
mean,
McCurdy.
I know the.
McCurdy.
I know what's that?
Last name McCurdy.
Oh, is that his cousin? You gotta be fucking kidding me, really?
Yep.
No
No,
shit.
I'm not kidding. That's real.
That's his cousin?
Yeah, and it's like Mullins.
Oh Lord. Right.
Okay, hold on.
No,
Hold on.
no, I know. I didn't know it was Fouts'
I'm gonna
cousin.
screw it up. But if Gritty's still in chat, she knows for sure. It's Mullins' ex-wife's sister's something. Or something like that. Ex-husband
Yeah.
or some shit. I don't know, some shit.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was a Fouts connection to that stuff.
Okay, here she goes. Mullins' sister's ex-husband.
Mullins' sister's ex-husband
Is Fouts' cousin, who was
Okay. I mean, that's
first cousin to Fouts.
Okay. She's a first cousin to Fouts. Okay. The husband is the first cousin to Fouts.
Yeah, the one who's dead in arson.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Now, okay, that's. I mean, I don't know. This is sort of information I think is useful to like maybe ponder on a little bit. So the first cousin to Fouts. I don't know. And we'll see. What we need here is a murder board.
I know. I've been talking about that, like turning my entire bedroom into this. Actually, I only need a wall because it's very incestuous. So it's going to be, instead of a tree, a circle.
So what I was actually looking at was doing like a genealogy like type of software program, and just like we just entered the information in, and then you could like look it up on this like a screen or something. Because it gets very complicated. I don't know if one wall is enough to draw the connections.
So, like, yeah, because when I seen what Meow did for Jennifer Barnes, that's circles,
I
and
don't
it
know if
just
I
goes
saw
into a
that.
big
I don't
circle.
think I saw that. I mean, I've definitely seen the name come up a lot of times because I do my own research. Like I just look at things. I'm not drawing conclusions, but I look.
The one thing that blew my mind the other day is when I was listening to Gritty talk to All Eyes on Delphi, and then hearing about Murphy um, almost getting blown up.
I might have missed that part.
Yeah, that blew my mind. She said that he didn't, and then right after that is when Ferenczi died, and then Click quit.
Yeah, I've heard some stuff about Ferenczi more recently. As far as I mean, I don't know. They keep pushing out this trial for this guy a long time. But both his federal charges, which are what his murder charges, are like under the federal stuff. His state charges are he's just got like a one state charge, which is like whatever's left over. But they keep on having them back it up a lot.
Wonder if it has anything to do with a larger investigation.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's what you gotta wonder. Like, I mean, and like anytime an FBI agent dies, like, yeah, there's lots of additional investigations that are like tied to that.
I know there was some mental health evaluations going on for him too.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I do. I think that I've seen some questioning as to whether this is legitimate, but I tend to lean towards that it is more legitimate. That there were some personal relations between these guys.
I don't know, the part that makes me think that it's all tied to the case is like Stephanie and my and like just like all the other little things that are coming up. Okay,
I do
cat.
know for a fact that their kids played tennis against each other. Like they're in like they live down the road from each other. Like I don't know. There's a lot of potentially personal connections between these.
But you're gonna kill somebody over your kid's tennis, dude?
Well, no, I mean there's a Facebook post that says that like, hey, I mean this is I have no idea when this is true or not, but it just said like, hey, there is an affair involved, and
Oh, okay.
I think that would like lean towards more of an explanation of like, okay, that might make more sense. And not everything is like, like the reality of the world is not everything is conspiracy related. Sometimes like a lot of things are more personal related. A lot of people don't get that mad about like conspiracy type of stuff. People do get mad about like personal stuff.
Oh, for sure.
For sure.
I don't know. I tend to like lean into conspiracy stuff, but that's my kind of personality.
Well, I mean, and that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I would be urge people to be like judicious and like not jump all the way in. Like if there's a different explanation, the different explanation might make a lot more sense than the crazy explanation, you know.
I tried that route though, and like then everything is just kind of like the evidence disappears, and then no cameras, and
Oh
the
well, yeah.
lawyer.
About Delphi, like in a totally different situation. Yes.
No, but like that's why I'm saying I think the grander thing, like you have to look at everything that's happened as a whole, everything, all the little things, like 7 days later, um, Kat, I can't remember her last name, somebody will put it in chat. Jerome Weiss kills his girlfriend 7 days later and says it was an accident, same day that the bridge guy video comes out, or the picture bridge guy or whatever. So like there's these little things, and I do listen to the locals about what they say that happens around there, because it feels like everyone's like, shh, don't you dare talk about that. Why, you know? So then when you got the judge or the prosecutor and the law enforcement throwing stuff out, prosecutors trying to bury everything, judges citing everything. Well, judges usually side with prosecution. So for judicial reasons, I will agree with that. But like everything else, these little pieces, and when these people are dying and such, it does look a lot, looks really bad.
Yeah. No shit. It looks bad. I mean, the problem with God, I'm not gonna fucking explain it. Like,
Yep, Cat
I
Cole
mean, I mean,
Richardson.
you've got like if they were protecting anybody, you pick any of these people, like any of these like third party suspects, like as far in the weeds as you go, like that they didn't investigate, you know, Weiss or like any like people that like there should have been a lot of suspicion on, like and or Brad Holder or Patrick Westphal, like why wouldn't you serve their phone warrants? Like, well, why are you protecting all these people? But like, like, I mean, you gotta accept that this is actually a reality thing.
Right, but
But
listen,
then they're saying that it's Richard Allen. Well, why were you protecting Richard Allen all this time?
they weren't. He was too
No, but
dumb.
weren't they? Because no, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, essentially, they were. Essentially, they were protecting Richard Allen because they didn't go after Richard Allen at any point
Yeah,
during
they
the
thought his
entire
last name was
investigation.
White
They,
Man.
they they took his tip. I was there at the same time that the murders happened, and they were just like, "Well, it's obviously not that guy." Well, why is that obviously that not that guy? Because it's not that guy. That's the reason. That's the reason. It's not that guy because you already know.
But
And then they have to circle back and be like, well, it's this guy because he's not connecting to all these other people.
check this out. So they get this dude's tip, and he doesn't say he was there at that time. He said he's seen a different group of girls. He said he was there from 12 to 1:30. And then they lose the tip. And then when they find it again 5 years later, his last name is Whiteman, so they can't even find him.
No, don't perpetuate. They can't find them stuff. Don't do that here. Like the once something is entered, you can always find it regardless of whose name it's under. It's always going to exist there.
Was it entered?
No, it was always entered. It had to be. The absolutely had to be entered all this time from the very beginning, from that date forward. It was always there. That's a grounding point. It was always there. It's impossible that's it's lost, missed, like anything like that. Impossible.
Right, I know Gritty. He lived on Whiteman Drive, but
Oh, and you know who owned? You know who owned Patrick Westfall's house?
who?
Whiteman.
A white man?
Not
Or
no,
there's somebody named
not.
Whiteman?
There's somebody named White. Yeah, he was probably also a white man. Yes.
I would say so.
I'd say it's a possible explanation, but I think the most likely explanation is that they did not want to solve any of these people. Any of these people would be involved, no matter who it was. Because no matter who it was going to be involved with something. I think they need to make sure they're like. I mean, I think they had to when they re-looked at people. They need to make sure that this guy wasn't involved with enough with anybody else. Which I'm not sure they did a good enough job with, honestly.
No, they didn't. And I want to know how it came back up. Like, were they like having coffee or something? Like, hey, oh, remember that guy I put the tip in for?
Yeah, I don't think it's anything like that. I don't have any sort of narrative. I mean, it's a good question, but like again, like I'll always default. Do you think this is something that they're gonna tell like the jury? You think like, hey, we're gonna get this witness up on stand. They're gonna be like, I was thinking, I remember this guy that called into the tip line, and I remember talking to him. Like, they're not gonna do any of those things. That's never ever going to be something that's actual reality going to happen. So we can wonder about it, but you're never gonna know. Never. You'll never know.
You don't think the jury is going to question how somebody so tiny, uh,
Well, that's
who
a
is
completely
at the
different.
only
That's a
CVS in
completely different
Delta?
question. Like, if there is any reason, if there's any way that the prosecution can get Richard Allen out of the room, I 100% think that they would do that. They don't want the jury to be able to look at this guy at all. 100%. There's no doubt, no doubt about that.
I don't think
They
they're going
they
to
don't they don't want
notice
the
how
jury to be
small
able to
he
look at this
is.
guy. That's why they don't want the jury to be able to see the crime scene. They don't want people to think about this. They do not want people to be able to think about this. Don't think about the crime scene. Don't look at the crime scene. I don't. There's not much you can do. Like, you're gonna have to look at the guy sitting in the chair. But like, don't think about it too much. Don't think about it too much. Don't think about when someone says, "Hey, he was a foot taller than me." Don't think about that. Don't you like if you think about any of these things, you got major problems.
Are they going to put him in goldfish platforms from the 70s?
No, because
Fish, dead fish. He was looking at fish. Ron Logan went to go get fish.
they're
There's
not
my
gonna
red string.
say
It connects.
they're not gonna do any of those things. His defense team is not gonna put him in platform shoes.
It all adds up though. If you put him in the platform shoes with the fish,
Yeah, but the
dead or
prosecution isn't
alive.
allowed to do that sort of thing. What is? I don't even know what the coded word is. No, I'm gonna go back to the better comment.
No, I know. I read the same thing. That would be like reading the jury: one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Catfish. I forgot about catfish.
Yeah, you can't
See?
forget about catfish.
Jesus. See? And they all got Logan names and Brads. There's Brads and Logers. And fish. And it's not a conspiracy feed?
Um, I mean, there's a lot of weird things. Like, I'm not gonna. Nobody should doubt that there's a lot of weird things. I just like need to like see something to like really. I mean, I've seen enough to know. Man, it ain't right. It ain't right at all.
Definitely something is
Easily,
fishy.
like that's not like that's not a conspiracy theory. That's like I'm sorry if you're stupid, but this ain't right. It's not. So
Something is fishy.
there's something. There's lots of somethings. Or lots and lots and lots of somethings. But yeah, like no, yeah, your simple explanation means that you're simple. Like I'm sorry, you have a hard time thinking. Like there's probably not help for that. Like
Fluffy Bunny said, "Do people think they would really use small officers to bring Ari into court? They're
well,
gonna have to
they
change it."
absolutely did do that many times. Many times they absolutely did that. Until this last time, and that was on the time where like, oh, you've noticed like Nick was so sad after that.
Suddenly, like the entire police force is under 4 foot.
Well, they used to bring him in with the surf team, like the SWAT team of the IDOC, Indiana Department of Corrections, like and they got their shortest male officer and their shortest female officer to walk next to him, and they were still both they were still both bigger than him.
I was gonna
But
say
like
if they had
obviously this guy, like, come on, like, dude, just get real. Like, obviously this guy's not a fucking threat to anybody. Like, I don't care, like, whatever. Like, he murdered 1 million people. It does like he's still not a threat to anybody. It doesn't. It's not. That's not reality. He's a threat to anybody while cuffed.
right and nobody screamed when he pulled out a gun. I'm sorry, that was one thing that uh I think Trooper Joe brought up, like when he brandished a gun, nobody, like, I would scream.
I mean, that's stuff that we just don't have like access to. Like, we just don't. We like don't anybody that's pretending you have access to the video or the audio, you do not. You have zero. The access that you have to the video and audio is the exact amount that resulted in anybody being arrested within 5 years, which was nobody. So that's what you have. That's the same thing.
I know, but I'm talking about realistically in everyday real life situations. If someone pulls a gun out on you or something, you're gonna scream. You're not just gonna be like, ugh,
I mean, we can't forget that if you're saying anybody that's saying it's Richard Allen, like this is the only pharmacy in town. This is the primary convenience store in town. This is right next to the police people,
that's what I
the
was
police
saying.
station. Like, pretty much everybody looked this guy in the face, up and down, every day. They saw his body, they saw his walk, they saw his face, they saw his beard, they saw his hair, they saw his eyes, they saw his nose. Like,
Don't forget the
no,
wanted sign next to him.
nobody identified him. So don't pretend that any of those things matter. As far if that's the person you think it is, don't pretend that you think that those things matter as far as identifying him. You can't identify him now based off those things when the people that looked him right in the face and looked him up and down couldn't identify him. You're not better than those people. Fuck you. You're not better than those people. Fucking idiot. Fucking person sitting on your couch looking at your phone, listening to YouTube. You don't fucking know his shit. You don't know fucking more than the people that fucking went into the fucking Delphi CVS and looked at this person day after day. You don't. Like, you're an insane person. That's what you are. Get help. Don't think that. There's no reason that you would. Why would you think that you can identify Richard Allen based on like the sketch or the video or the audio when the people that looked at him every fucking day couldn't fucking figure it out for 5 years? Fucking deranged fucking people. That's what those people are. They're deranged.
Right, absolutely. And then the ones who make up that thing where they're like, wow, I can't believe that one picture that Kathy took of Richard, and right behind him, it's so eerie, is the poster of Rich Guy, and she never knew.
I mean, I'm gonna confess, like, and I mean, I've probably said it before. I've probably said it a number of times. Like early on in the case, like I thought that was like, oh damn shit, dude. Look at that guy flaunting it, flaunting it, because that's the guy. But that's before there was a fucking PCA that was been revealed or anything that had been unsealed.
You seen how tall
They
he
just wanted to
actually
hide it,
was?
and the reality is they have nothing on that guy. And oh, in retrospect, that's just a guy sitting at a fucking on a fucking chair. That's all it is. It's just a guy sitting on a chair. He doesn't know what the fuck's behind him. You can't read more into that. He's not like got some like evil intent sitting there. Even if he's the guy, he probably doesn't have. He probably still doesn't know what the fuck's behind him. That's just a weird way to think. You don't think that way. Don't be weird.
Or if, like, the uh, guards were holding him up with his shock vest, like having to lift him up to make him look taller. I
I
still
mean,
think he should have
the
the
entire
fish
problem.
boots.
I mean, the reality is that people in prison are treated very fucking horribly. Like, Prof did a really good reading of, I mean, somebody that's been convicted of a very terrible crime, which they were probably guilty of, and I mean, they're treated extremely inhumanely, just beaten all up and down. And that's just their existence. Okay, that's what. If you think that's what should happen to people in prison, you're probably wrong. Like, I disagree. Like, there might be like a moral question here. No, I think you're convicted of a crime. You serve out your crime. The state is tasked with your safety and like making sure that you serve your sentence. You're not to be abused, but they've just applied all of this, like, wipe all that away, because like that's what they do. They just completely abuse people in prison, and then just apply that to somebody that's constitutionally innocent. Like, the fuck. Absolutely. Like, it can't happen. You can't do that. It's and this is the environment under which they secured the entirety of their evidence against this person, where they can just abuse this person any which way they want.
They needed those 61 confessions.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely, yeah, because they don't have anything else. The reality is, absolutely, there is a shit ton of physical evidence for this case. What happened to it? You're not going to find out. Not going to be brought into the trial. State doesn't want to bring any evidence into the trial. No physical evidence. We don't have anything. We don't want to bring it. The reality is that it still exists, or like, unless they've destroyed it. But like, it existed at some point. What happened to it? They just want to pin it on this guy.
They can't even keep their story straight on like the actual sketches themselves. Like one
Well, I
person.
mean, I don't think, it's another thing. I don't think like putting weight on the sketches, the audio, the video. I would not hang hang anything on these things. Anything. I don't think this is the sort of evidence that you put in front of a jury. The state has said what type of evidence they want to put in front of the jury, and it's maybe some statements from witnesses, maybe, and it's maybe cartridge evidence, maybe, but we would like a motion to eliminate to make sure this guy can't tell us that it's absolutely bullshit. So that's a maybe. And then all you're left with, as far as what they've said, is, well, this guy went psychotic because we drove him insane, and he said a bunch of crazy shit, and some of it sounds like confessions. That's the entirety. That's the entirety of the case. There's nothing more than that. Could there be more than that? Yes, there could be more than that. If there's more than that, and they've just got something that's really good, basically they're saying, we made ourselves look like idiots for 2 years. Because that's totally like the sort of thing the state likes to do. Hey, we like to make ourselves look like idiots. Because we had this great evidence, but we just wanted to keep it secret from everybody. Get the fuck out of here. Like, no. Not like, I think it's fairly easy to dismiss. Is it possible? Yeah, because they are idiots. So maybe they do have some secret evidence. Uh, I don't
I
think they
really
get. I don't think they got a lot, man. I don't think they got a lot at all. I don't think it's going to come off good in front of a jury, especially when you have very experienced trial lawyers refuting this, detailing how the investigation is like insane, which we all know it's insane. I'm sorry, like all pro prosecution people, like you want to pretend it's not an insane investigation? You know it's an insane investigation because they're the ones saying that it's Richard Allen. How does Richard Allen like come up within 2 days say, "Hey, I was at the trail"? Haha. And it took you 6 years later to fucking figure it out. Okay, self-evident. It's an insane investigation. I don't think it plays very well.
it really doesn't at all.
It really that's the problem, and people are like, "Want and this is a pro prosecution thing. It's a defeatist attitude of people that are more like. There's some people that are very invested in true crime, like from like investigation standpoints. And there's some people that are very invested in true crime from like trial standpoints, and like the two sides do not cross very well. Like they just don't understand the other side of it. There's a lot of people that just don't understand the investigation side, and there's a lot of people that just don't understand like the trial side. I've looked a little bit at both. I mean, I've definitely watched a number of trials, but like this sort of stuff does not play well in a trial. And look, it sucks that we don't have to see it, but like it's gonna be there, and I understand why the state does not want you to see it, but the jury's gonna see it. It does not play well in a courtroom. It does not play well in a courtroom where you say like your this trial like this investigation sucked. Like, do you see what these people are doing? Do you see these insane things that they were doing? And like, it's very difficult to refute when it's the truth. It's very difficult to say like, no, our investigation was really no, your investigation definitely wasn't good. Like it's gonna be very evident. And they're gonna be able to call these cops out on the stand and they're gonna all look terrible. That's what they don't want people to see. They don't want to see the cops looking terrible.
I don't know why they would have given this investigation to Holman, given his track record. His track record is awful.
No, no, I mean that's another thing that's just like his track record's okay if like you're looking at efficiency. You're looking at whether his track record is good based on like I think what you did was wrong.
No, 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 no. I'm basing it off of other investigations that he didn't do well on.
Well, like do you want to say?
He was the lead investigator on David Kellenberger's case. And like there was obvious evidence that the wife and another guy killed him, and
Well, I
like
mean, whether he's effective means whether he was on the winning side, not what you think or what anybody else thinks. So his efficiency and success only has to do whether he's on the winning side of things.
well then that right there is going to say he's always on the winning side, so he's always
Well,
winning
then that makes
until
him
somebody
very
publicly calls him
successful.
out.
that makes him very, very successful then.
That's just the Victor's right history type shit. That's
Right.
not truth.
That's
That's
what I'm
not
saying.
truth though.
That's the reality. Like that's the world. Like we can't like pretend that we don't live like in the real world. So
Right, but when you know
so when he's always on the winning side and he always wins, and no matter how odd the odds are stacked against him, he still wins. Like that's that's called success. That's how you get promotions. That's how you like move up the ranks. Like that's that's the world. That's
he
how.
failed his way to the top instead of fucked his way to the top. He failed his way to the top.
Well, that's the entirety of like law enforcement. Is they fail the way to the top.
Damn. God damn. Okay. But okay. Are you familiar with David Kallenberger's case?
I don't think I am. No.
All right. He was a man who went missing in Lafayette, and he was supposed to be going to his sister's house. There's many witnesses having his wife around him and him getting violently ill. And then he gets on his motorcycle, and his wife is having an affair with the guy who fixed his motorcycle. Suddenly, his motorcycle breaks down on the highway, right? So, all of a sudden, guess who pulls up? The wife. So, he was like trying to go to Florida where his sister lives because he's trying to get away from his crazy wife who's doing all this meth and opiates and stuff. So all of a sudden, he leaves a message with his sister like, my shit broke down. I'm trapped on the side of the highway, blah, blah, blah. Wife pulls up, they're arguing. A cop sees him arguing with the wife and can describe the car. A tow truck driver sees it, and suddenly he's gone missing. But the wife doesn't report him missing. Not until the sister calls, like, hey, dude, are you gonna like report him missing or something? And finally, the sister reports him missing 2 weeks later. And then she goes in and interviews or whatever. So Holman comes around and like they repainted the porch black. Um, the house, the sister actually went to the house that the murder happened in, and but with her own luminol, lights the place up. She knows exactly where he, you know, died because all the blood is right in the living room, and there's a bunch of blood in the drain of the bathtub. And finally, like, some people start coming out and talking about it, and like one of his friends stumbled upon the biker guy who helped kill him, and his wife stumbled upon them trying to hide the body. And so they're all meth fueled. So they're like, you have to help now that you've seen this. And the guy just does it. He's come out now later saying that he was a part of it and they tried to find the body. But imagine this, just like in Delphi, they go to the house where they put his body in the ground in a garage and cemented over it. And they start, breaking up the concrete or whatever and have him like get in the hole, have the brother or the not the brother, the friend get in the hole and like I don't know why they would have him do that, but so they, stop for the night because it's late, but they take the crime scene tape down. So they like unsecure the crime scene. And then they come back and there's no body the next day. The body is unable to be found. But the guy's like, we put him here. And
That's how many go out too.
and they found a bloody sheet in the trunk of her car, the car that everyone's seen on the side of the highway. Now the ex-wife is dead, and like half the witnesses are dead because this happened in 2016, and they can't find the fucking body.
So what was the
He's
said?
just a
You
missing
said
person.
Holman was a lead investigator on this, and
Yep, and
what?
the sister will
But what
not
was the
talk.
result? What did
He
Holman determine? Just nothing.
he's just missing.
Right.
And the
Right.
thing is now the sister has been so like upset because for a long time she was like, you need to look into this person, you need to look into that person. And like she was speaking to the other investigator because I don't know, she had a better rapport with him. And then Holman's like, everything goes through me. And she's like, if I'm going to be talking to you, I'm recording everything. So she records
I
every
I
conversation because she doesn't believe him.
I think we need to check Judge Gull's basement.
What?
I think we need to check Judge Gull's basement.
Right. I need to know who's got Odin tattoos.
Right. No, the craziest thing about I don't know is so this is one of the things that came up in like one of the recent filings. The the warden didn't write his affidavit. Like he just signed it. They just put it in front of him and said, "Hey, sign this." But it says like a lot of crazy things that like at the time like everybody did think it was crazy because like oh shit, like you're totally admitting that like people were wearing like Odin patches, but that's not what it says. What the affidavit says, the legal wrote up for him that he didn't write it himself. These are none of his own words. This is what he admitted in his deposition. Is that the affidavit says until it was brought up, the defense team in this case said like, "What the fuck's going on here with these people wearing patches?" It said they used to be able to wear any patches they wanted, any any.
Like ACAB?
Like no, like any, like you can wear like fucking swastika patches. You can wear anything. You can wear like that's what it says. It says any. Like so, Odin might be like the least of your worries when people can wear any patches, any patches. Like they could have said anything. Like there's no holds barred on what patches you could wear as a fucking prison like guard. Well, like I don't know, man. I mean I assume that like a little bit that
Yeah, I've seen that too. That's crazy.
the prison council is not great because I would hope they would not put that on paper and make the warden sign it, but that's what they did. They said they used until this happened. They used to be able to wear any patches, any with like you could. So full out Nazi shit. Yeah, any like whatever the worst things that you can imagine. Just like I don't know. I'm not trying to disparage religions here, but like you imagine. And what's the worst things that you can put on a patch and slap it on your uniform?
Yeah, don't get much
That's what they
worse than the
said.
swastika.
Any. You can put any patch on there. Hell's Angels, thumbs up. Odin, thumbs up. Satan, thumbs up. Like just everything, thumbs up. Like yeah. Oh, but then those dastardly defense attorneys like made an allegation, and so we decided to not let them wear patches anymore. What the fuck? What is going on? What is going on? We're just letting them run around with any patches they want up to that point. That's insane. It's
Yeah, it's crazy.
completely insane. Like, well, like, and that's not like it's not even insane that the warden didn't says that he didn't even sign it. Like, he didn't even like write it. He's just like, they put that in front of me and I signed it. Their legal team wrote that up and said they can wear anything they want, even though it's completely shouldn't be allowed ever. I don't know. We're just running around like crazy land here in Indiana. I know people like to disparage us, and you know what? They're probably right.
I mean, if I wasn't so focused on Delphi, I'm sure there's plenty of bullshit I could find here in Wisconsin.
Well, some of the people came from Wisconsin, you know.
Yeah, I guess not.
Isn't Racine's in Wisconsin, right?
It is.
Yeah, one of the Unified Command members was from the
Which one?
Racing Task Force, the Gang Task Force,
Which one?
the FBI one.
Fancy?
No, he's not on the task force.
He was on a task force.
He was on no. He was on the task force. He's on the Unified. I'm talking Unified Command, the Delphi Unified Command, very specifically.
The suspense is killing me. Which one?
Well, you're not gonna know his name. People don't even know that who's on the task force. So like, it's not that useful to the general public.
Okay, but I'm from the area, so I might know who he is.
I don't want to say.
Oh my god! Now I gotta Google and look myself.
There's only 6 members on the Unified Command, and this is like everybody that's watching, everybody
All 24.
or hate watching. You know, like, hey, if you don't know who the 6, like, count to 6. It's only one more than your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 1, 6. If you can't count to 6 and remember 6 things, then I'm not really. How much do you really Delphi?
Okay, you go on your rant and about something. Figure something to rant about while I Google some stuff. Then, okay.
Okay. It's not going to mean that much to you. I'm just saying it's just an interesting tidbit because it was topical because you're from Wisconsin. So like I just mentioned it.
Southeast Wisconsin. Like I was
I
in
don't know. I don't know
Kenosha.
the geography of Wisconsin.
Okay, so you have Milwaukee is
Mm-hmm.
up north, Racine is in the middle, Kenosha is on the bottom.
They're all
Then you're
close.
gonna
There's also close.
listen.
Those places are close. Racine is really close to Milwaukee.
So
I've been to Milwaukee plenty of times.
So Milwaukee, Racine, Kenosha, Chicago. That's like your little area there. and
Right.
I'm in that area.
Well, that's the only area that I know about. I don't know about the rest of Wisconsin. I've been to Wisconsin Dells,
Me
but
too.
I forget which part is that.
It's up north.
That's north.
Okay, north of Madison. Does that help?
Oh yeah, I was wrong. Madison's where they've been a bunch. I've been to Milwaukee and Madison.
You're supposed to be ranting for the audience.
I was trying to think back on how many times I've been to Wisconsin. It's probably been like
Hey, what's up with your football teams? Because from what I've noticed, everybody in Indiana is fans of Packers.
no, that's not true.
I don't know. From what I've
What?
seen,
No,
it's
yeah. From what
factual.
you're seeing, they're probably fucking like very depressed Bears fans. They used to be like Packers haters, but
I
now,
don't know. There's quite a
but
few
now
pictures in Lambeau having a good
they're so
time.
depressed about the Bears that they now love their rival because they're deranged individuals. But no, Indiana, like you're a Colts fan, like get real. The Colts are we're about to be great.
About to be.
Yeah, we got two wins in a row. About to be great.
The people who I seen at Lambeau Field looked like they were having a superb time. Like the best.
Okay, I mean the Colts did lose to the Packers, so like I'm not gonna like that. That's something that happened. So, but since then, they've won 2 games in a row. And what have the Packers done since then? The Colts also should have won that game. The Colts easily could have won all of their games so far, like easily. People need to watch the games. Don't talk about things that you don't know about. People always think that like, oh,
There you
I'll just talk
go.
a lot of shit, but I won't like saying if you look at the evidence, you watch the Colts games. Uh, the evidence shows they easily could have won all of their games, like easily. Like you only like point out a couple things here and there, be like, oh yeah, easily could have won. So people just don't actually know. People like to talk about things they don't actually know because they didn't look at it. They want to like take it from a third party source, some troll on Twitter, somebody on YouTube. They don't know. They didn't look at it. Like go like you're not even listening to somebody that looked at it. It's just like do you think these people like actually look at these things? They don't look at these things. Do you think fucking Frosties are reading fucking like documents? No, he's not. So like why would you listen to somebody that's not even reading the documents? Like half these people can't even fucking read at all.
I thought you were still talking about football.
I'm I'm drifting. I'm talking about both things.
No, so Miku's headphones the other day was like, I think it was Miku who said it, was like 24, 29, one of the 2% of people are illiterate, and the rest can read like at a really low level, or like other people can read at a really low level.
I thank Miku for bringing that to people's attention because it's very
And I was like, 29% are rooting for the prosecution.
right. I know that there is the overlap. And there are pro prosecution people that are like, I mean, I don't appreciate their positions, but sometimes they just read these things like on a YouTube video, and at least there's that. At least there's that. You read it for the people that can't fucking read.
That is true. It's an important job that needs to be done, even though they're gonna say everything that you said was bullshit or a lie, and then they're gonna fabricate their own story around it.
Well, there's a problem with reading and reading comprehension are distinctly different things. Like being able to read and reading comprehension. So even if somebody reads something to you because you can't read, your reading comprehension is probably not great.
Uh-oh, did he die?
I'm dead. Are you still looking up something?
Yeah, because I can't do multiple things at once. My brain doesn't work that way. Well, it does. It's just not today. And like I got
Do you just
sidetracked.
want me to give you the answer?
I mean, I asked you to, so I didn't have to do this.
So there's only 6 members of the Unified Command, right?
I think you said that earlier, yeah.
Right. So here,
So I just gotta keep naming Liggett.
you got one. You got one. Yeah.
Mullins.
Nope. Er,
Oh God, not this guy. Holman.
yeah. Jared. Rome, for sure.
Big Jer is the one.
No. They're two Carroll County, 3 ISP, 1 FBI.
Yeah, Holman.
So you got one Carroll County and you got one ISPA. One ISPA.
But Holman's also FBI.
No, he's not FBI. Fuck. Absolutely.
The FBI vacation.
Right. Vacation, not actual FBI.
It was that weird looking dude that was talking, huh? The one that kept saying Jermaine.
I don't know. So here are the members of the Unified Command. People just don't even. If you're gonna Delphi. The Unified Command
Oh, don't even. Don't even.
No,
Don't.
no, no,
No,
no.
no. Don't even.
I'm
Don't
not
even.
attacking you. I'm for posterity. The Unified Command is 6 members from Carroll County. Only 2: Tony Liggett and Kevin Hammond. From ISP, Jerry Holman, Jay Harper, and Dave Vito. And from the FBI, Rich Davies, who was no longer part of the task force as of 2021, but put an asterisk on that.
That's the Jermaine guy.
But this was at the what? The main guy.
Remember when they were on stage and he's like, "This is germane to the case. That's germane to this. It's germane to that."
Oh no, I don't know about that.
If you're gonna Delphi, Delphi.
Okay, well, I probably know more about that guy than anybody else.
Yeah, because I'm ACAB all day.
Well, he's FBI, so he's cool. He's not a regular cop.
Did you see my little PFP here that says "Nice try, FBI"? Are you the FBI?
I've been accused of being the FBI many times, and I may or may not be. So that's where we'll leave that. Maybe this is my nice try.
Nice try. Gritty,
But
it's
that,
your fault. I'm up here talking to the FBI now.
oh, I'm not the FBI. I'm just an FBI informant, like Michael.
Don't make fun of Michael. I can't
I'm
take
not
it.
making fun of Michael. Michael's like Matt. Like, I don't know. He blocked me on like all the YouTube channels. I was nice to him. I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy.
No, you are. Did he unblock you?
Oh, probably not. I don't know. I mean, you know what? Even the smartest people don't know how to unblock people. It gets very complicated. How do you unblock all these people that you blocked? I don't block anybody on YouTube's. Actually, I blocked somebody earlier today, but they were I forget who it was. That's the second person I blocked but they were like on a rant in this chat. I'm just not having it, and I didn't screenshot it, so I'll never remember who it was. Oh, it was Michael Myers.
I was just gonna say, just have DB look at your chat logs later. Your crickets are off the chain tonight. They're super loud.
Yeah, I live in Indiana, man. Yeah, I don't even know who these people are. I just know like you're saying some stupid shit. I'm a little bit past the point of caring a whole lot.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of it too. I've blocked a couple people. Well, one person with a couple profiles, and then but usually I unblock them again. But this person's not getting unblocked
Well,
until
I don't know how to unblock anybody, so anybody I ever blocked never getting unblocked. And just like and I think that's like a normal stance. I think that like once you block somebody, it's like, oh, people are always like, unblock me, and I've said that plenty of times. Unblock me. Oh, there's not any like I don't know how you do that. How do you unblock somebody?
you gotta go into your settings.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta do this. You gotta do that. Like, yeah, nope. You know, well, these boomers don't understand shit. Like, how are you gonna go do something? Go on. You just gotta go to this and this and this. No, you lost. You lost everybody at that point. You can't unblock anybody. It's a one-way street.
You YouTubers and calling everybody boomers, man. Although I couldn't stop backing out of this app, that's why I kept getting kicked off.
True Grit Crime is trying to give instructions here. Well, I don't block anybody, and I don't have any regrets about anything that I've blocked, so I don't really have anything to fix. I'm not heavy on the block button. If you're not like just harassing me, then I'm probably not gonna block you. But there do be a few people that just be harassing people, so that's I'm not gonna do.
I was just having a bad day one day. Like, I forgot something bad. Oh, it was when she came back with everything after the 3-day hearings. And she came back like, tonight, tonight, tonight. I was having such a bad day that day. And like, all these people were just talking shit. And I'm like, yep, everyone's getting blocked today.
Yeah. So I want to be supportive of you, but like there's a difference between like I don't know. There's just gender difference probably.
Don't do misogyny. Don't do misogyny.
I'm not doing misogyny. I'm just saying like I'm not
Doing a misogyny.
I'm not doing the misogyny. I'm just saying I'm not I don't know. I fully support everybody blocking whoever they want all the time. I personally don't block too many people.
So,
No, I've been blocked by lots of people, and most of those people have been men. So yeah, I'm on the team, dude. Fuck those men.
I found out some people block me.
I'm sure they did. There's probably a lot of the same people that block me.
I don't really care though, because then they unblocked me later. But I did the same thing before, so.
I've been pre-blocked in a lot of places. Like I've been blocked in places where I never said anything bad about a person before in my life. And I just can't
Who
comment on
pre-blocked you?
who pre-blocked me.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go by the most recent ones that I remember, like Paul.
Jesus.
Like Paul.
Well, that makes sense.
Why does that make sense? Why?
Well,
Why?
because
Why
there's
would that
bad
make
blood.
sense?
There's bad blood. There's bad
Why
blood.
is there bad blood? I've never
I
done
don't
anything
know.
to
I
Paul.
didn't create the blood. I didn't create the blood.
But I didn't create the blood either. I didn't do anything.
It's it's for who you associate with. I mean, maybe I'm blocked. I didn't try to talk to
Oh
him at
God,
all.
dude, what does associate with me mean? Like I used to like be on CJ's channel a lot. Like what does associate mean?
I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna do a misogyny.
You're gonna do it
Misogyny.
now? Yeah. Go ahead.
But it's kind of misogyny. Maybe he's just like, one of those guys that's kind of like a girl. Like, oh, you affiliate with them, so I gotta block you.
He's kind of like a girl. Good call. Good call. Yeah. I'm gonna go.
Misogyny and
Go.
misogyny.
You go ahead and do your misogyny on that one. He's kind of like a girl. Heard it here first.
Well, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm not trying to maybe you did something bad. Maybe he doesn't like cats. Maybe he's allergic. You know how allergic people are about cats. They hate
Yeah.
them.
Oh, gee, no! Don't eat the cats.
I'm just saying. Good morning. I was saying good morning to people in chat.
Good job. I appreciate you.
This is a woman doing a shadow ban talking with Bean. First time caller, long time listener, Sabina.
I thought I was shadow banned too the other night.
Is it not? That is, I was traumatized because it was the night that they were reading the Jennifer Dean transcripts. And I was having a really good time telling jokes to myself. And it was coming up in chat. And I was like, oh, they're there, but nobody's. Okay, well, I'm funny.
Oh,
I'll
you
laugh
really
at
were shadow
myself.
banned?
Yes.
Are you sure
And
you didn't
shadow
have
banned
just have
me.
top messages on?
Nobody's seen me.
Oh,
Nobody
I'm
for two
sorry.
days. And I had to tell DB, I'm like, DB, fix it. And he fixed it. And then later on, he
Did you
banned
do
me.
something?
And then he banned
You know,
me.
you went on this rant about how you were just like blocking everybody and like getting in trouble. Are you sure you didn't do something?
I'm a boomer. I don't even know how to do anything.
Are you really a boomer?
I'm 40.
Oh, that's not a boomer. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. All right. We're probably gonna just end this live now.
All right, guys. I'm pretty tired anyway.
Yeah,
So
we're gonna
I agree with you, Chatter Sabina.
that's an end to this. Like 40 equals boomer. Jesus Christ. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done.
Is this the Irish goodbye?
Any last words?
I am a boomer.
Stop saying.
All right, guys. You have a good morning and a good night wherever you are. Good night, Fiend. Tell your cats I love them.
Oh, thank you.
I'll tell my cats you love them too, even though you don't know. Yes, forever 25, True Grit.
Yeah, I love all the cats. All right.
We love all the
Have a good
cats.
night, y'all.
Okay, good night.